Admir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Our executive session ran a little bit long. I want to welcome all of our teachers tonight. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate seeing you. We always do. Tonight's board meeting is going to start with a tribute to a fellow board member, a colleague of mine that I served with on the board, Dr. Harris-Tiggs. So what we're going to do is after the Pledge of Allegiance, I'll ask you all to rise, we'll say the pledge, and then we'll turn over to the color guards, and then we'll proceed with the tribute to a very special and dear person to all of us. So may I ask you all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Forward, march. Colors, vote. Present, arms.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order, arms. Right, face. Forward, march.
Thank you for your patriotism. Please be seated.
Good evening. Tonight we are going to sing Soul's Anthem. It is well as a tribute to my grandmother, Dr. Teresa Harris-Tigg. And I just want to thank you all for coming out tonight, especially supporting me and my family. Thank you to the Board of Education, and thank you to Ms. Steven and the rest of my vocal jazz team for doing this.
That was just beautiful. Can we give them another round of applause? I'd like to ask all of our board members to please come up as we present to the family a memorial proclamation for such a beautiful, beautiful leader. Dr. Harris Tigg was last in my office in May, and she was really letting me know what we were going to do about the Urban Teacher Academy, which is a program that is at McKinley High School that she really helped to found. She crafted this program, and she wanted to make sure, it was almost like she was prophesizing to me, because she wanted to make sure that that program continued in a very strong way. She's a beautiful person, and her legacies, her granddaughter who was on stage, her super smart daughter who serves in our cabinet, her sister-in-law who was her sister who was an administrator with the district, her son-in-law is a teacher with the district, her son works in security for the district, and so it's the family business. And we will continue as the Buffalo Public School family to support all of you. Her grandchildren who are in the audience tonight, if the family also could please stand as I share just a little bit of the proclamation. I won't read it all, but I think just a testament that you all came tonight shows just how much she means to all of you. Dr. Harris Tigg taught English at School 11, number 66, and her beautiful, beloved McKinley High School. She also taught at the collegiate level for many years. She served on the Buffalo Board of Education, where she served for 2 years as the Vice President of Student Achievement. She traveled to Africa several times and wrote a memoir called Through These Doors. Most recently, she taught English and writing to adults, returning to school at Houghton College on the East Side. She was a professional certified Christian life coach and professor emeritus at SUNY Buffalo State. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the great works of Dr. Harris Tigg will carry on. God, who never makes a mistake, saw fit to call home one of his daughters to rest. And as it is written in the book of Matthew, well done, thou good and faithful servant. And it is signed by the Honorable Board President, Louis J. Petrucci, and by myself as the Superintendent of Schools. And we also have a beautiful plaque that we would like to present to her family. I invite the board, if you have comments that you would like to share regarding Dr. Harris Tigg, to do so at this time.
Well, I had the honor of sitting on the board with Dr. Tiggs, Teresa. We were labeled the sisterhood. We had no problem with us being sisters because we stood united in what had to be done. She was a fearless advocate for children and our community. And I must share with you that when I heard of her transitioning, because this sister transitioned back to spiritual from being physical, I had trauma. There were so many things that happened to us on this board during that period of time that had been buried inside of me. And when Dr. Nevergold called me and I spoke to Ruth Kaspiak and Florence Johnson, and we reminisced about how difficult it was. But what the record will show is that we saved a school district from being taken over by a charter school. And we stood united in that. And it was not uncommon for us to be awake in the middle of the night dealing with the issues and would be texting each other back and forth, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, trying to figure out how do we save our school district and make sure that our children move to the next level. So you know, they say only the good die young. She was good and better than that. And I was proud to be a part of her legacy. And I will always remember her. And Buffalo Public Schools owe a debt of gratitude to her for the sacrifices that she made. Thank you.
I'm not going to be long because I'm a crier, but I am here as the East District representative because of my friend, Dr. Teresa Harris Tigg. She tapped me on the shoulder, and I know when she became a member, or was thinking about becoming a member of the board, I helped her secure her spot for 2 terms. But nevertheless, Teresa and I we called each other twins. We were born the same month. We were born the same year, and we did a lot of things. We met through my friend Rose. Rose is her best friend. So we have a lot of legacy here, and I hope that going into my 2nd term as a board member that I will keep her legacy as a fearless advocate for children in the city of Buffalo Public Schools. Thank you.
Friendships are forged in the midst of battle. And Teresa was a warrior. She made a difference. We fought to make sure our school system respected all children, all colors, all races. Our battle was to remove a very negative person off the Board of Education and to make the system stronger. That was a tough battle. The person was a millionaire and had just won this county for governorship. That's a warrior. We won. We removed Mr. Palladino. So that's a legacy. That is a legacy. She also fought for the Build School so our children would have role models and the community could have involvement. She's a warrior, a friend. I will miss her. I just thank God for the privilege of being able to work with her. I'm sorry, Ebony.
To the family, Ebony, I know this is the hardest thing in the world because I just did it myself, and but I know that Dr. Teresa, she was somebody who I can call on, and always had great inspiration, great advice, and always willing to help. And I just knew her spirit for a couple of years, but I just want to say that she's very blessed, and she rests in the arms of the Lord. And I hope the family just embrace, the love that she has, and I'll just remember her for the beautiful woman that she is. So thank you so much, and thank you for lending her to us.
I didn't have the opportunity to serve with Dr. Harris Tiggs, but I watched her. I watched her as chair of CPAC. I heard her strong words, her advocacy. She was an inspiration. And the night I was elected, I had the opportunity to speak to her for the first time. And her kindness and her compassion was just so evident to me. Somebody she didn't know. She took the time to come over and talk to me about board service and about how to take care of myself. And she and her husband both pulled my husband aside and said, she's going to need you. So you be there for her. It speaks volumes about the kind of person she was. And I'm grateful even to have met her for a moment. So my deepest sympathies and condolences to all of you.
So Teresa to me is a smile with a fierce, fierce battle inside her. I don't know how many times she would be like, you're working with sports and this coach ain't doing right, or this team was doing wrong and you need to go out there and it amazed me how she just kind of led. If she saw me struggling or, downplaying myself, she pulled me aside. 2 terms, she was awesome. She was awesome. And I didn't even know you guys were related until after she left the board. And I'm like, of course. But, she was just amazing. And just to know that there's a spirit out there that, is covering us like that, we're going to be good.
So I didn't have the privilege to serve with Dr. Harris-Tiggs, but I had the privilege of watching many meetings, sitting in the audience like all of you, and see her passion, her strength, her fight for what she believed in. And it was some of those battles that I saw, one that have been referenced, one in particular, I think was the February 2014, where she and others on this board, some that are here right now, just fought fiercely and with reason and thoughtfulness and strategy, and succeeded in winning a lot of those battles. So my love and strength to the family that are here. Thank you.
I did have the privilege of serving with your mom. And she was one of the most genuine people that I've ever met. That's what struck me the most about her. She was genuine, authentic. She was so passionate about this work. And as a brand new baby board member, I mean, she was a mentor to me and to Jen and to those of us who we looked to her for advice, and she was an inspiration. She really was. She was to everyone. I think anyone that met her and anyone she came into contact with, especially for the kids. Seeing the students tonight, that was just amazing. One of the most beautiful things, and I've been sitting on this board, I'm in my 6th year now. That was one of the most beautiful things that I've ever experienced as a board member. So please accept my sincerest condolences to your family, and she will be missed.
So my heartfelt condolences to the family, to all of you. I recently lost my mother, and it was a very similar circumstance, and I know it's, and again, anything I can do to help, please. I did have the opportunity to serve with Dr. Harris-Tiggs, and one thing I would say is that you will never met a more fierce advocate for the district or for people or for the children of the district, and it was evident. It was evident if you watched her on TV. It was evident if you met her. But more important, what I saw is that so many of the things that she fought for way back when, we're seeing how the district has changed. And so many of those positive changes are things that she brought to come to fruition. And they don't happen immediately. They don't happen like you. But from what she put in place years ago, we're seeing all the improvements and all the great things that are happening in the district. And that was largely through her efforts. So I just want to give everyone that. So thank you.
Hi, everybody. So, on behalf of my family, well, first off, in my tradition, my mother's eldest brother is on the stream, my Uncle Nathan, so I do want to give honor to him. She has a nephew who's in Australia, my cousin Khalil. I have a cousin that's on from San Francisco, but because the eldest member of our family that is here right now is my Uncle Phil, and so, Uncle Phil, do I have permission to speak on behalf of our family? Ashe, ashe, ashe. And that's one of the things that my mother has always taught me, is to respect your elders, to give honor and respect. to those who come before you. And so it was important for me to do that in memory of my mom. I just want to thank you all for coming out in this beautiful tribute. My mother has 11 grandkids. Many of them have been all up and in through the schools. Too many nieces and nephews to count, and she has one great-grand in the school district. My mother is a lover and a believer of BPS. She went to School 39. She was the first to integrate, one of the first to integrate School 78 on Olympic. Her beloved Bennett Tigers, go Tigers, class of 1972. My mother should have gone to her class reunion this summer, but she loved Bennett. And her second love, well, you guys know her first love is Robert Tig, her bodyguard. And he is doing the best he can to cope with this great loss. But McKinley was her next love. Oh, her dear, dear, beloved McKinley. And so she put this in me. And this district is next to my beloved is my heart. I love this district. That's why I have a sister who's an assistant principal. I have a brother who's a security officer. I have a brother-in-law who's a PE teacher. I have a brother-in-law who teaches over at Riverside. He's a physical training teacher. My husband works in athletics. My sister-in-law is a clerk. I do what I do. I'm probably missing somebody, but my best friend, my sister from another mister, is a social worker. If I can recruit great teachers and leaders for this district, I will. I live, breathe, and I don't even want to say that last word, but I live for this district. And what you saw my mother do, I pledge to you that I will do. With every breath I have, and I have 2 children in this district. I have cousins and nieces and nephews. With everything in me, as we lift, I will continue to lift. I will continue to lead. That is what my superintendent will hold me accountable to. That is what my district will hold me accountable to. And if you know my mother on the other side in heaven, that is what she is holding me to. And she would say, be brief and sit down. So I'm done, and thank you.
There we go. Kathy, please take your seat. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone, to the board meeting of our regular business this Wednesday, September 21st. Before we get into the meeting, I just want to let everyone know that prior to this at 4 o'clock, we went into executive session to discuss the potential discipline of specific employees of the district, to discuss the employment history and resignation of specific employees of the district, to discuss collective negotiations with the Buffalo Teachers Federation. I understand there may be some in the audience. to discuss pending litigation with Jeffrey Lathrop et al., and to discuss a matter currently under investigation by the Buffalo Police Department and District Attorney's Office that, if discussed publicly, would negatively impact the investigation, and as always, to receive sage legal advice from our counsel. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Williams for the board recognition portion of the evening. Dr. Williams?
Thank you so much, Board President Petrucci. As we all know, this is now Hispanic Heritage Month. But before I bring up, we can clap, it's good. Before I bring up Mr. Benjamin Willis, he has a presentation that he would like to share with everyone. I would like to just ask if we would not mind sending thoughts and wishes for an expedited relief for Puerto Rico at this time. Hurricane Fiona has slammed into Puerto Rico. It did so on Sunday afternoon and has caused widespread destruction, which left 1.4 million residents without power and 700,000 without running water. The National Weather Service warned that this storm has caused life-threatening and catastrophic flooding. And so I would like to ask us to all just send wishes for expedited relief for Puerto Rico as we here do celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. And so we have with us this evening Mr. Benjamin Willis. He is a director in the Department of Cultural and Linguistically Responsive Initiatives. He is standing in on behalf of Dr. Fatima Morel this evening, and he would like to share with us something special that he will present with BPS kicking off Hispanic Heritage Month. Mr. Willis?
Thank you, Superintendent Williams, Dr. Williams. On behalf of our Chief, Dr. Fatima Morel, and the Office of Culturally and Linguistically Responsive Initiatives, I am extremely excited to have the opportunity to usher in Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month. Buffalo Public Schools, we aim to empower Hispanic and Latino students each and every day. September 15th through October 15th marks the nationally recognized month in which we honor and celebrate the heritage, history, and legacy of Hispanic and Latino Americans in the United States. We use this month to highlight the strength and resilience of individual change makers, as well as centering joy through teaching, celebrating, and bringing to life the rich culture and traditions of Hispanic and Latino Americans. National Hispanic Heritage incorporates contributions from American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. This special observance began in 1968 as a one-week celebration declared by President Lyndon Johnson. And on August 17, 1988, President Ronald Reagan enacted into law the expansion of National Hispanic Heritage to a full month. The date of September 15th was officially chosen as it is the anniversary of independence for 5 Latin American countries: Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Costa Rica. Also taken into consideration were the independence days of Mexico and Chile on September 16th and 18th, respectively. Buffalo Public School educators and the district-wide community commit to honor and recognize the immeasurable contributions and significant cultural influences that Hispanic Americans have had on the development of our nation. Through this work, we believe that we will elevate the voices and honor the unique histories and legacies of our students that identify as Hispanic and Latino Americans. On September 15th, our district had over 4,000 students log into a virtual bilingual read aloud with the assistance of Principal Starkey at Lafayette and 12th grader Nayalise Ortega Ortiz, with 9th grader Alejandro Rios Velasquez read The Boy Who Touched the Stars, written by Jose Hernandez, a Mexican-American astronaut who had a chance to speak to all of our administrators just last month. In partnership with the Hispanic Heritage Council, we have a month-long writing and essay contest with trophies and cash awards for students to participate in. And our K-12 resource guide for Latinx culture was created and is available for all teachers and all students to engage in district-wide. And without further ado, tonight we have our esteemed principal of our bilingual school, Herman Badillo, number 76, Mrs. Maria Rosario Cala, with assistance from Araceli Rodriguez from Community Navigator for Say Yes Buffalo, with students Yonelise Boyd, Genesis Marquez, Dayanellis Milan, Mayelise Jimenez, Jedwin Nestle Espada, and Yasmin Torres are going to perform Mi Tierra by Gloria Stefan. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. We're honored to represent our Hispanic community in our school, Herman Badillo Bilingual Academy, School 76. I hope you enjoy our performance.
Wow. It's not every day that you see a principal singing and dancing, teaching and learning along with her students, and I believe we have one of our Say Yes navigator
Yes,
that also participated. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the wonderful dance. At this point, we are going to go a little bit out of order. We're going to go for our comments from speakers at this point, and then we will do the superintendent's update combined with the response to the speakers from the superintendent. So it's my understanding, as he approaches the mic, that President Fillmore Moore would like to address the board. So President Moore, the mic is yours.
Superintendent, members of the board, to begin, I too knew the woman I used to call Dr. T. Dr. T. She was indeed a very, very special person. We worked together on the program over at McKinley High School right from the beginning. But she was indeed a very, very special person. And we used to kid each other, but I'd call her Dr. T. But on another note, I don't know whether you know it or not, but we had probably one of the biggest solidarity demonstrations in front of this school today than in many, many, many years. Even though there was a threat of thunderstorms, clouds cleared, and hundreds of teachers showed up. Why? Because they're very, very angry. You've heard me speak to you before. This Sunday will be the 3rd year since we began negotiations. 3rd year, the 25th of September. 3 years ago is when we sat down at the table. And if you remember what caused the delays, and everybody keeps thinking, oh, they're trying to blame the BTF. We weren't the ones that sat at the table and wouldn't agree to a ground rule that said that we would agree to 2 tentative future meetings. The answer was no. And that's the way it went, on and on like that. You've read our improper practices for delaying, bad faith bargaining, and yet we are still, even after 3 years of devastating inflation, without even a very sound, honorable offer. Teachers are angry, and they should be. Board members, the negotiating team is the superintendent's and Board of Education's negotiating team. The buck stops on your desks. If there's no progress, you can't say, oh, I have no control over it. You do. You do. And I know a number of the members of the board, and I believe I know the superintendent, and I find it very difficult to comprehend what's been going on. 3 years. 3 years. Then you come to us and say, all right, we want to go to fact-finding. We want to get somebody in here to hear both sides, and then issue a report that becomes public. Said, okay, let's do it. Well, the fact finder's appointed in August. After he's appointed, then what do we find out? From your team? Oh, we can't get started until October. We've been negotiating for 3 years. Three years. 3 years. Then, what made it worse? You remember when there was the incident at one of your schools, violent incident. Knife was there. Kids were beaten. People came from other schools. The teachers went in to commiserate with one another. And what happened? Some of them said that they were going to call in sick. Well, when I found out about it, I called the delegate chairperson and said, you better make sure that you tell the teachers not to take off unless you're sick. One of the teachers was writing a will. She was that terrified. Some of the teachers did stay home. And what did you do? You charged them with a strike. Charged them with a strike. What happened then? It was upheld. They lost 2 days' pay for a strike. That wasn't a strike. Then what happens just recently? I get a letter. Threatening me, saying that you referred to and verbally quoted in the news as threatening a strike. Well, perhaps if you read the document, I was not quoted as saying that. The reporter said that I had said it many times, but I was not quoted as saying that. The only thing that was reported back was that a teacher said when asked about concerns of a strike among teachers on Friday, many of the picketing teachers agreed with Rumor, saying it's important to do what's best for our students. That's what's in the article. The teachers have had it. They're angry. And I just want to tell you now out of courtesy that at the Council of Delegates and Executive Committee meeting tomorrow, a motion will be passed that if there is not a contract in 2 weeks or within distance of being closure in 2 weeks, there will be a vote of no confidence. There will be a vote of no confidence in the superintendent and the Board of Education. Don't want to do this. It's your negotiating team. I know, Superintendent, you're new. A lot of this happened when you weren't here. But the buck stops on your desk, folks, and the teachers are angry. You can't believe how angry the teachers are. Hundreds, even with the threatening of a thunderstorm and lightning. We're here. Do I want to have a vote of no confidence? No. But ultimately, the people that will make that decision. We are in fact-finding, but we have left the door open to negotiate before the fact-finder. I've written you, and you've written me, and we've agreed that we can still sit down at the table before we get to fact-finding and work out a contract. We await your decision. Thank you.
Hey, we listen to you guys speak. You should listen to the rest of the speakers. It's quite rude that you're leaving.
I appreciate it, Ed, but you will have your opportunity to speak in a second. All right. Well, I'm glad the door is open for negotiation still. At this point, we're going to have our next speakers. If we could have a little bit of quiet in the audience, please. Kamal Fields. Mr. Fields, the mic is yours. You're speaking regarding better.
Blessed love, family. Working together works. I pledge allegiance to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The mission statement of the Board of Education, putting students and families first. I repeat, putting students and families first to ensure high academic achievement for all. That's the mission statement of the Board of Education. And I won't go to that. What is the current report card if we look at the state of our educational system? Mr. Rumore talked about solidarity. If he worked with the students, maybe we could do something. But anyway, 3 years. In the last 3 years, what is the current ability to achieve that mission statement? Let's look at first the student status. Our students are not reading, writing, or doing math on the basic grade level or above grade level, the majority of them. Families. The average wages and income and educational level of our families of the students is far below what the pay rate is for the educators, for the teachers. One of my elders used to say, people are crying with a steak in the plate, crying hungry with a steak in their plate. Many of the employees, educators, are making over $100,000 a year, and they say that's not enough. You're dealing with the current employees, you're dealing with future employees, and you're dealing with the retired employees. Do we have a sustainable formula for success for continuing to educate and achieve the mission statement, putting students and families first to ensure high academic achievement for all? Is that just empty statements like that Pledge of Allegiance is an empty statement that never gets really realized? Or do you actually intend to achieve that mission, to achieve high academic achievement for all? What about the students? Organized labor is fine. Teachers are an honored profession. So are students an honored profession. Reward the students by educating them, making them to be able to read, write, and do math at a basic or above grade level. Putting students and families first to ensure high academic achievement for all. Don't be blackmailed into signing something. Because there's a pot of money around, everybody wants a piece of that money. But what about the students? What about the families? Putting students and families first to ensure high academic achievement for all. Is it an empty mission or a mission you hope to achieve? God bless us. Working together works.
Thank you, Mr. Fields, for your comments as always. Next up is Kay Taylor, Youth Organization and Stop the Violence Coalition regarding gun violence and intervention.
Good evening, everyone. We thank you for having us to speak this evening. Once again, you guys have our deepest condolences to you as well as the family, because we know that it takes a special person, special individuals to work with our students and our kids within the public school district as well as the community. And once again, now we've spoke in front of the board once in the past, not once, but quite a few times in the past. We've also worked with the Buffalo Public School District, bringing violence intervention, bully intervention, and gun intervention programs and working with the children. We left our mission statement. I don't know exactly what happened. We never received a call back or anything. We never got any feedback. We also submitted our application as far as to work with the students and partner with the Board of Education in the schools, bringing the programs back into the schools, working with the children. And once again, our mission statement, we've been working profoundly within the community, devising different programs that use life skills, moral reasoning, nonviolent and drug-free alternatives to handling stressors they face each day. And we are confident that their self-esteem and self-worth will increase as our organization administers collaborative efforts working with other peace organizations such as Stop the Violence Coalition on intervention projects to better safety and well-being of our communities. Our short-term goals consist of administering violence intervention programs, requested seminars, and assorted shows. Our programs usually have 2, 3, or more components to go with them. Professional speaker series, real-life experiences with violence, gun violence, or bullying, interactive performances, and music production series. We usually use music in different programs and seminars with the children. We work with the children, and we utilize their cognitive. We have to reinforce the children on violence intervention and keep the awareness of violence intervention with the children because they deal with it not only at home, but within the communities as well. So the incidents that took place inside of the schools, I believe that if we would have these programs within the schools working with the children, I believe that it would lessen some of the stresses, some of the violence that's going on within the children, within the schools today. Thank you so much once again. I honor my brother here, Brother Six, tirelessly working within the community on different programs working with the children.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Holman Murray, President of Stop the Violence Coalition regarding gun and violence intervention. Mr. Murray, the microphone's yours.
I'm going to take it out because I'm a little bit taller than this microphone. But first, I want to give honor to the new superintendent. Thank you for all the new work that you're going to be bringing to our community and to this board for finally getting it right. Finally getting it right. I come here to let you know, and to this community that left, it is a disgrace to have teachers come here and protest and not to listen to the community, and then to put a timer on me instead of to put it on Phil Remorse and his people. So that timer is a way of controlling things. But I'm letting you know something right now. We came here during COVID. I can remember the mask. I can remember all this here. We came here to talk about programs. I have been in offices, numerous offices from this board all the way down, trying to tell you guys that we have programs that's working. I have 120 kids in a program right now, gun intervention program. They get paid $1,200 every 2 weeks. I have to find jobs for them. I have to have people come talk to them. And our program is a successful program. Today, a young lady told me that she can't play a saxophone instrument because you guys don't have a band in the public school system. One of the biggest public school systems in the United States and in New York, and we don't have this kid not learning how to play an instrument. And I'm like, I gotta go there and talk about it. I left them. I came here. I see the vision. I know one thing. Our program should not be one of the programs that's thrown into a little incinerator or to a garbage can. You guys is left on you. Don't come to me later and saying, we're working on it. Give us an opportunity. We're not even asking for your money. We'll do it for free, because that's our community. This is what Stop the Violence Coalition doing. I sit on numerous boards, but I'm letting you know something right now. Our children are hurting. I escorted Ms. Tiggs the last days at the Pine Grill. I have done things. I became a sheriff, community sheriff in this community, so I can talk to young men and young ladies and tell them, if I can do it, you can do it. It's important that they see this. It's important that they see this board come out into other environments, not under leadership of saying, well, I can't make it because somebody's holding me back. These kids are looking for you guys to come out and be boots on the ground again in our community. It's time. They want your jobs. They want to be there so you can sit back and say, job well done. I'm 100% behind it. Please take me out of work. These kids that we have right now are intelligent, and it's all Erie County. It's not just Buffalo. See, we're going beyond that scope of just Buffalo. We're going to Cheektowaga, we're going to Hamburg, and these kids are there, and they appreciate this program, and they come there every day. And they're diverse. It's not just black kids. It's white, it's Latino. It's all these groups of kids that are there saying, please get us the help. They want to come here today, but when I see teachers out striking or whatever they protesting with and then walking off and disrespecting in our community, that's what we deal with in our community every day with young kids. They see it. I'm a crossing guard. I have 5 different jobs, but I'm out there every day crossing them. But I see all kinds of stuff. But when I see teachers striking and go back in there and they take that tension back into our classrooms, there's something wrong with it. Please get them straight.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I just want to point out that even though the majority of teachers have left, there are still a few teachers in the audience. Next up, I have Edward Spidell, a parent, who's going to speak regarding comments. Mr. Spidell, the floor is yours.
First, I'll do the same thing I did with the last union that was here. I'll ask the board to please negotiate it faithfully and do what's best for the children. This message is to Phil Rumor. Phil, you're in charge of the union. You don't speak for parents. Parents speak for parents. Phil, mind your business. Keep in your lane. Okay? Second, I have a major problem with the fact that School 27, School 50, School 72, School 67, School 64, School 65, and Harvey Austin have not been opening a half an hour early every day for any parent to drop their kid off. And if someone tells me they are, the parents don't know they are. So we need to do a better job of that. At our DPC meeting, parents are concerned that they couldn't walk their children to pre-K or kindergarten for the first day. So I'm here to put you guys on notice that you work for us. This is our school district. You are our caregivers. We ask you to take care of us. That should be your only focus, is a focus on our children. Every day for 3 weeks, I've helped either a teacher, a student, or somebody with the issue that I think are silly issues. A shout out to Ms. Watson for taking my call and helping the mother and the student with their problem. It was a timely thing. Guys, customer service, we're getting a D. We need to get an A. We need to provide what we want. We want to walk our children to pre-K. And we don't want to hear why we can't do it. We want to hear why we can. We want to hear solutions, not we can't. We're here with you. We're fighting with you. I spend many hours every week, every day supporting the district. I've been on the transportation committee. We were doing a great job. We were collaborating, and all of a sudden, somebody brought it to us, a different idea that we hadn't totally talked about. It went from collaboration to here, support this. And I'm here tonight to say, I do not support only 1,500 students with the opportunity to get paid to drive their child to school. we need to do what we need to do. I was gonna ask the teachers when they were here to please just agree to the 3 bell time and we won't need to pay the parents, but most of them rudely left. So the ones that are here, please support that. It's what's best for our children. And I'm not going anywhere, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spidell. Yes, we know you are not going anywhere. Next up, we have LaCandace Durham, parent and former coworker of mine, regarding transportation and safety.
Good evening, everyone. My name is LaCandace Durham, and I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak today. I am not only a concerned parent to 3 children who attend Buffalo Public Schools, but a concerned citizen and an advocate for multiple parents who cannot voice their concerns here today. I appreciate the district finding ways to combat the bus driver shortage. And yes, we all are aware that many school districts across the nation are facing the same difficulties, but this can no longer be an excuse. The district had last year and this past summer to produce solutions. This crisis is affecting our most vulnerable students. We cannot let this stop us from sending our children to school. For our children to succeed, it is time for the district and the board members to start thinking outside the box. As parents, we need safe and equitable solutions. The district should consider partnering with local transportation companies such as Erie's, Kitty Cat, or Cedar Bus Companies if first student cannot fulfill our district transportation needs. Why do our children have to suffer? And best believe they are suffering. They cannot participate in after-school tutoring programs, extracurricular activities, or even go on field trips due to the lack of transportation. If we work with local private transportation companies, we can get all children to and from school. I've already reached out to some local transportation companies, and they are ready to assist and serve the district and families whose basic needs are not being met. Secondly, safety. Safety should always be our top concern when it comes to our children. Our children deserve always to feel safe in school, which does not mean keeping the parents out of the schools. We should always welcome our parents. This is how we improve parent engagement. The parents are not the problem. I hate to say it, but the students are. They are the ones bringing in guns and knives and other weapons into the schools. The majority of the school violence, such as school shootings that occurs, it comes from current students and former students. They are the ones doing these heinous acts, not parents. For example, the first day of school, parents were turned away for walking their children to class. They could not meet with their children's teachers. I even spoke with parents of pre-K students. They were terribly upset. It was their child's first day of school, the moment they've been waiting for, and they were turned away. What I don't get, if the community schools on Saturdays, parents, the entire neighborhoods, they could enter the schools without security. What makes the regular school day any different? When I was growing up attending Buffalo Public Schools, the best visits was the surprise visits. Not only did it help the teachers, but it also helped the students.
Thank you, Ms. Durham. Next up, we have Janate Ingram, parent, regarding inclusiveness of our children with respect to the code of conduct. If I mispronounce your first name, I apologize.
Before I start, I just want to thank your security officers, but like most children in our Buffalo Public Schools, seeing that many teachers walk out, I apologize for standing up, but my PTSD was triggered badly, along with a couple of my students that's back there. So we regroup. I apologize, security. My name is Janae. Thank you, because emotions count. But my community has named me Solar, the community's daughter. And I'm standing here proudly, not only as the community's daughter, but I'm standing here as a parent of a student who goes to the culinary school for hospitality, where a student was just stabbed. Many other things has happened, so I came here to say, what are we gonna talk about when it comes to the code of conduct? Our students, if they would have been here in full-fledged, would have just saw every single one of their teachers who they already do not connect with walk out. Which means not only did they walk out on you, they walked out on every single student that they're supposed to set a code of conduct for and with. I am not speaking for a child. I am speaking on behalf of every child that I have taken the time to sit down with throughout our community at every large festival, school, corner store, and anywhere else I can find a child and say, how do you feel about being in our school? They are afraid. They feel as if no one cares. Today, we saw the biggest separation ever. I really didn't come here to say this like this, but how can we see a multitude of teachers fight for one thing, and administrative staff fight for one thing, and no one's asking our children, what do they need? When you set a code of conduct, they should be inclusive in that code. And I know for a fact, because I done said in some meetings, that you're working very hard to do that. But seeing that stabbing and hearing my son come home and say, Mom, we didn't even know that school was in there. I receive over 50 to 60 phone calls from this school district a day. I receive over 10 emails from this school district a day. Try a newsletter, it goes faster. When I tell you the trauma that is being set, not just in our schools, these babies come from communities. So when you set a code of conduct, it should be inclusive of their mental awareness. It should be accountable for their physical health. It should include some type of understanding, because if that teacher that just walked out in anger has to go to work tomorrow, can you honestly tell me they're gonna write my son up properly? Because I am a witness that my son, 2 days after that stabbing, I received a phone call from a teacher at his school saying he was a little discombobulated. That happened to be his friend that got stabbed. 3 days later, I received an email and a phone call saying my son was not in school. Impossible. I went to that school and had breakfast with every single student at that school for a week. I was even sponsored to buy muffins because they didn't have anywhere to go in the morning, but they were discombobulated. And you know the reason my son was late for class? Is because all of a sudden security became heightened for a couple of days and the line was out the door and they got wanded like never before. But 3 days later when I was standing right out there again, that was not the same. So if your code of conduct is going to be inclusive of codes, make sure that the conducts match up. Make sure that the disciplines match up, and make sure you're putting people over our students that actually care about them. And if not, let us sit in these classrooms. Please get us back in the classrooms. Thank you, district. Thank you, parents. Thank you, students.
Thank you, Ms. Ingram, for your comments. Next, we have Khadija Hussein, caregiver, regarding suspension.
Good evening. My name is Khadija Hussein. I am a community health worker and family advocate and also a youth coordinator at Connect. We are 2 weeks into the school year and there has already been over 70 suspensions. This is quite disappointing. Buffalo Public Schools really need to do better. Our children and loved ones are being suspended for things as ridiculous as stopping traffic to allow their classmate cross the street safely. They're being suspended for coming to school with a hoodie because that's all they can afford to keep themselves warm in these cold school buildings. Talking about cold school buildings, one like today we're in right now. This district really needs to do better. We are suspending students who are the most vulnerable, and we are not giving them a chance to even talk about what are the leading causes to, let's just say, their crime, because that's how the district make it seem like. We talk about mental health so much and giving the necessary services to our students so they can receive the best education, but tell me, how the heck are we fulfilling that? When the child that's upset today, how the heck are we fulfilling that when the child that's upset today because they lost a parent yesterday gets suspended because they are insubordinate? How are we fulfilling that when the child that's been bullied in the entire school year that not a single principal or teacher listened to gets into a fight, stand up to their bully, and they got suspended? How are we feeling that when our children are getting suspended for coming to school late because the Metro bus was late? How are we fulfilling that? Holistic education is not Buffalo Public Schools' priority as they claim it to be, and don't tell me it is, because according to your students and their families, it's not. When we speak about these things, everyone keeps saying it's out of their pay grade. Well, who pay grade is it not out of? You have to understand, there isn't a single proof out there that says suspension fixed whatever issue that you're claiming that it is fixing. Being a former PPS student, I was once that student who got bullied from September to April. My principal knew. My oldest brother did tell the school. It's been dismissed over and over again until my bully smacked me during lunch, and then it got really ugly, and guess who almost got formaled? Me. Thank God my brother was able to stick up for me, even though I was out of school for a whole week before the situation got situated. Just imagine what our students that don't have a brother like mine are going through. Our students need help, and we cannot help them until we put our pride aside and ask them if they're okay. Our students need help, and we cannot help them until we ask them what's triggering their behavior. Our students need help, and we cannot help them until we prove to them that we do care about them, we want to listen to them. Because a large percentage of them don't get to talk about feeling depressed or having anxiety or anything that has to do with mental harm to their, how they're being mentally harmed to their parents without being told that they're not holy enough. And when you suspend children that need real support, you are feeding into the school to prison pipeline, and that is unacceptable.
Thank you, Ms. Hussein. Next up, we have Mark Bruno, BPS parent and BPS teacher, who's speaking regarding improving communication with BPS staff, central office, and the Board of Education. It looks like you have at least one fan in the audience, Mr. Bruno.
Good evening. Take this out. Good evening, Dr. Williams, distinguished members of the Board of Education, and members of the Buffalo community. My name is Mark Bruno. I'm a teacher at Riverside High School. I've worked there 20 years. A BPS parent of my son who just started kindergarten, and he loves his school and his teachers. So, you know, this has been a great experience for me, having him go to a Buffalo public school. I've also been a union rep for my entire career at Riverside High School for 20 years. And people might be wondering why I am still here and I did not walk out. And I would like to address that. Yes. Number one, that was not discussed, that was told to us like when we got here. There was no debate on it. And to me, solidarity does not mean going against conscience. And I spoke at every school board meeting when Dr. Harris-Tig was on the school board. And she was a wonderful woman. And I've known Ebony a long time. Her brother, Eric Prophet, works with me at Riverside, is a wonderful human being. And she was honored tonight. And I was not going to turn my back on her or her family. And she was not only a Buffalo teacher, but a member of the Buffalo Teachers Federation. And I wanted to express my condolences to her family and to the BPS family. She was a wonderful woman, a wonderful mom, a wonderful grandmother, and a great teacher and a great educator. And it was, you know, those were some tough times, those board meetings all those years ago, and she was always polite and steady, but also fought for the students in Buffalo, and she will be missed, and my condolences to everyone. Quickly, the topic I wanted to talk about was improving communication with us all. Currently, this is the only way, and this isn't the best way to communicate with teachers because I have 3 minutes, I can't really respond back. So I've made this speech before, so I'll keep it pithy. I'm hoping to see board members and associate superintendents starting to meet with teachers at faculty meetings, mandatory faculty meetings when the whole staff is there, at the buildings they represent, and start asking these 3 questions. What's working? What's not working? What can we do to help you? And in my 20 years of being a Buffalo teacher, that has never occurred. And I know a lot of you, and I know a lot of you personally, you're great with people, all of you are. I'm looking at all of you right now. You're great with people, you're great at communicating, but there's no dialogue going on between teachers in the building and you who make policy and make decisions for the district. And Dr. Williams, I just want to say this, you have addressed teachers, you've been to a Council of Delegates meeting, so you're actually changing that, but I would like to see more of that communication, because if we're not communicating, we're not going to solve the problems that we need to solve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Next up, we have Jessica Bauer-Walker, parent regarding health and safety. The microphone is yours, Ms. Bauer-Walker.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent and Board of Education. Thank you for that lovely tribute to Dr. Harris-Tigg. She made a lot of impact on us individually and as a school district, so we really appreciate her and send condolences to family and colleagues. So I want to talk tonight around health and safety and what works, and I'm hearing some similar themes from the speakers already. Over the past 24 hours, I have had an opportunity to be in both of my children's schools. First last night for a family potluck and meet the teacher night right here in this school. And it was fabulous just to be with other families and meet teachers. And I'm really grateful that the teachers that for my daughter seem to really care and feel committed. And we really need partnerships, right? Because there is not that opportunity all the time to build those relationships, and we really need to. So I want to lift that up. Today I was in a school wellness team, which I co-chair at School 45 with my teacher colleague. And again, a format for what works. So we had over 20 members representing parents, students, community partners, the student support team, administrators, everybody talking together, sitting in our school garden that was co-created by all of our stakeholders and community. Working together works, providing spaces for people to work on things concrete together, and a whole school, whole community, whole child approach. We cannot keep dealing with issues separately. If a child is acting up because they're hungry, we don't need a behavior intervention, we need to feed them. If it's because they have a toothache, we need to get them to the dentist. We have a wellness policy. We have a code of conduct. It's not being implemented. They work. Many of us helped to write them. We need the Board of Education to provide oversight. Dr. Williams and Dr. Brown, who is primarily who I work with, have been incredibly responsive and willing to have dialogue. We need to all come together and start coming up with solutions. We have just trained a new cohort of parent and student community health workers. Some are with us today. If y'all could stand up, please. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. So we're bringing them to the Board of Education meeting so that they can learn about how to advocate and have voice. Some of them wanted to speak tonight, but they were a little bit nervous. But we hope that you'll hear from them again soon. We've trained 26 parent and student community health workers. Many of them have been suspended. Many of them have had mental health challenges. We've had some challenges with them, but we will not give up on them. We will make sure that they don't get suspended. We will intervene with them. So far this school year, we have had 94 short-term suspensions and 43 long-term suspensions, and only 24 parent conferences. Why? We don't need to do this. We need to keep our kids in school. We are willing to help you. We have solutions. We know what works. We don't have to be doing this. This is actually a human rights issue in terms of excluding kids from school and a school to prison pipeline. We don't have to operate like this. We have solutions. So let's use our code of conduct. Let's use our wellness policy. Let's use a whole school, whole community, whole child approach. Let's work together. Let's come together as Board of Education, Superintendent, Senior Administration, parents, students, and community. We need to really work with our parents and students, hear our voices and our experiences, and come up with solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bauer-Walker. Next up, we have Cheryl Rutland, a parent concerned citizen, speaking regarding how to identify children affected by homicide.
Yes. Hello, how are you? Hello, Superintendent Williams. I would like to thank you for being transparent and allowing parents and students to speak their truth. I've always spoke on kids affected by homicide because I myself am a parent of a homicide victim, and I was left to raise my grandson. And at the time when the incident happened, the school wasn't aware of what had happened with my grandson, so he started acting out. And me being in my grief, I didn't identify it either. But with the training that I've gotten through the CHW and the Buffalo Peacemakers and being a parent liaison, that training allowed me to be able to identify other kids that have been affected by homicide. And what I'm asking you is to train the teachers to know that when these kids come to school and they have behaviors or they're acting out, it's not always because they just want to be bad. They have experienced some type of trauma or even a homicide. You have to be able to identify that in order to deal with the kids accordingly. So I asked the Buffalo Board to try and implement some type of training for the teachers or something in order for them to identify kids affected by homicide as some type of trauma.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Maya Ayers, parent from Most Valuable Parent of Buffalo, New York, regarding programming for parents. She had to leave? Thank you. Okay. Neil Lang, concerned citizen, regarding moving Middle Early College off of Bennett campus.
Hello, everyone. I'm back to talk about Middle Early College and the Lewis J. Bennett programs. Goal, a permanent home for Middle Early College High School in a location that better serves its program and its students, first as a swing school and then at a permanent campus. Goal, to offer an opportunity for more students to enroll in Lewis J. Bennett, a highly successful academic program with this year a 92% graduation rate. Clearly, the advantage for Buffalo Public Schools is that two highly successful schools will be able to expand their programs to increase the graduation rate district-wide. Obstacles. Right now, we are stuck. As community partners, we have offered our assistance and have been assured a seat at the table so that our input may be received by district personnel. Instead, our meetings have stopped. Progress on a swing site has already been delayed from September 2022 to January 2023, and in the most recent letter, we received the, if possible, commitment for September 2023. Those of you involved in the student registration process know that this work has already begun for September 2023. Students and parents will be denied seats in schools with a proven success record because the district can't get unstuck. It seems to my alumni board that the most important issue is the feasibility plan for 333 Clinton Street. Without that building as an ultimate location following its rehabilitation, we are back at square one. There is no point in moving Middle Early College to 28 if there's no firm plan for where they will go after the swing school. In other words, to move them and leave them in a holding pattern without a destination campus is a fool's errand. We most recently were told that the district is looking for a funding source for the feasibility study that has reserve funds to pay for the study. Without the study, there is no 5-year facility plan or state reimbursement or swing school. Simply put, all we ask is that district personnel communicate with community partners and work together in a timely way to maximize the number of students who can attend the highly desirable programs at Middle Early College High School and Lewis J. Bennett. We look forward to hearing from them very soon to continue this important work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Pastor Giles, I asked for just a moment of indulgence. I have a young lady in the audience who would like to address the board. Yamina Williams. Miss Williams, the microphone is yours.
My name is Yamina Williams, and I want to say that I'm 8 years old, and I go to the school, Persistence Prep Academy, on the corner of Moselle, and I was kind of upset the way that the teachers just walked out like that, because if a student walked out the classroom like mad and upset, they would get in trouble for walking out the classroom during the teacher speaking. And I understand that they were mad and kind of upset, but they can't just walk out. And I also want to say that, like, sometimes Mr. Six, I want to give a thanks to him because the program that he created with it really helps my siblings and over there. And the program for Stop the Violence Coalition, and I want to give a thanks to him. And I want to thank Dr. Williams. My name is Yamina Williams.
Thank you very much, future Dr. Williams. Next up, our last speaker and a very patient man is Pastor Giles, a concerned citizen regarding safe passage programming.
Good evening. I have to change my script a little bit since I've been here for the entire session tonight. And so what I really want to do is pray, but I need to make these few brief comments before I do that. The most important voice out of all the voices that I heard tonight, you just heard it from Amina. She's the most valuable person in this room. But I certainly want to let this group know that we have 10 of the most finest people that are really trying real hard to figure out what is a very complex issue, very complicated. I've dealt with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of students. I've dealt with thousands of people that's from my community. I've dealt with these very fine officials up here, and everybody's trying. I don't want people to think that no one's trying. I hope that I never have to see teachers do what I just witnessed tonight ever again. Whatever the contract issues is, put your heads together and work that out. Phil, I spoke to Phil about this whole situation, and so when I told him, Phil, you guys can't keep fighting publicly and beating up on each other. You got to put all that stuff aside. Please, please. You all know about safe passage. Safety is a huge concern. Our children, and I want you to understand, and I want the people out here to understand, our children are deeply traumatized, and they're not being trained up in the way that they should go. They bring a lot of madness to schools. Madness on the bus, and the parents, I got parents that will come up into the school, and I'm looking for a couple parents now that came up to a school and beat up a student and put their hands on a student that doesn't belong to them. This is what we're dealing with in this system. So we had to have some patience with each other and be understanding with each other. And from, I do want to listen, Dr. Williams, you have done a fine job to set the tempo for where we're going. But what Mary Holman's talking about it from Stop the Violence Coalition, we need that stuff up in the schools. If community people will interrupt stuff that's going to happen outside of school, only because that children don't mind talking to community people, and not to say that you don't have an existing infrastructure inside the school. Yes, you do, but they identify them with the institution, and they're less likely to speak on if the institution has hurt them in any kind of way. They're less likely to speak to those individuals. That's why we have so much success with them. So we need those community partners to come alongside existing infrastructures inside the schools to help. And that's all they want to help. And not everybody's looking for money. They will come in to help. Because what's going on, if we don't figure this out, it is going to be tragic for the coming students. And we're going to have bad graduations and everything. Let me pray. Father in heaven, God, I just invite your presence here today. Lord, and I pray, Lord, your blessings upon this district. Lord, I pray, Lord, that you will continue to help and guide and lead those individuals that are empowered to make decisions. Grant them, Lord, wisdom to make those decisions that are appropriate. And I pray, God, your blessings upon every classroom, every student, everyone in this population, Lord, that we will come together and you will bind us together in the spirit of love and unity, that we will be understanding of each other's roles, and that also acknowledging that every role that each one is participating in is a very difficult one, and it is not an easy fix. Now, God, I thank you for everything you have done today. In your precious name, amen.
Thank you for the blessing. I hope it works on Catholics. Next, we have we're going to do the combined superintendent's update in response to speakers. So, Dr. Williams, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Board President. I'll start with, I usually go in order, but I know that it is a school night, and I don't know if our young Dr. Williams, Amina Williams, is still here, but I certainly want to start with her because I agree with what Pastor Giles just said. I think, she could have just dropped the mic after she spoke. So young, so beautiful, so intelligent and articulate. And so I want to thank her. I mean, the level of courage that it took for her to come up and to speak from her heart was just refreshing and amazing. And I think we should all give her a hand. Just amazing. And then I just want to say to Pastor Giles, he shared some very heartfelt words and real words. We are the second largest district in New York State, and this is the third week of school. We are into the third week of school, and the issues are complex. It is not a quick, easy fix. And you do have folks in our district who are working very, very hard. And so I know that I heard some of our parents say that they want parents to have more access into schools. And I would like for us to also get to that place, but it has to be safe and secure, and we gotta have order. We have to, we must. It has to be safe for everyone, for the parents, especially for our children. Some of our children, as Pastor Giles said, we had a situation whereby 4-year-olds had to witness adults storm into a school to attack children. We cannot just open the doors. As much as we would like to, we're just not there yet. We're not there yet, but I'm working with parents, and I appreciate the work of our parent leaders. I really do. That's a message we all have to link arms on and speak to our parents about going into schools in a way that will keep everybody safe. So the president of the BTF, Mr. Remore, was here today. I think, it's a mutual respect that we all have for one another. We want our teachers to have a fair contract. This evening, I will be asking our general counsel, Mr. Kuzma, to do an update on exactly where we are with negotiations. We want a sound and honorable contract. But I just want to say that negotiation means that there is some give and some take on both sides, and you can't stormwall people and just say, you've got 2 weeks, and you kind of got to agree to whatever we say. That's not really negotiating in good faith. And I'm hoping that we can get at a table where we can all talk and we can have that kind of dialogue where it's about give and take, listening respectfully to what's on the table and what's being offered. I'm hoping that we get to that point because that's exactly what I want. I think it's a win-win. When we have teachers that are happy, that want to be in our schools, that are educating our children, it's a win-win. So that's what we want. Mr. Fields, thank you as always. I heard you even over, some of the teachers chanting. What about the students? What about the students? We have a mission statement that I live and breathe by. I'm at an age where working for an organization and me not believing in the mission statement, life is too short to do that. And so I believe in the mission statement that we have. It is a core of the strategic plan that we've put in place, which is community inspired. That plan was put in place based on what we heard from the community when we went out and we did our listening tour. I would very much like for us to meet, to sit down, and to discuss specifically some of the concerns and to collectively come up with some ideas together on how we can resolve some of the things that I've heard you share at our board meetings. Thank you for your comments. Ms. Taylor and Mr. Holman, I'm familiar with your work. I deeply respect the work. You've been entrenched in the work for a very long time. Violence prevention is something that, is a part also of our strategic plan. Safety and security is a #1 priority, and it starts proactively. We want to address things before they become things. And so I'm going to ask Dr. Reynolds if she would reach out to you and to work with her. She has a process for being informed about how to apply for opportunities to work with the children. And so I'd ask for her to please reach out with you and to work with you both on that. President Spidell, always appreciate your comments and your support and your text messages and your emails and all of that. I really do. I know that you are advocating hard for our parents, and that everything that you do, you're doing in that spirit. And I always appreciate your honesty. I really do. And so you shared with me, I believe yesterday, about the schools not being open, some of the schools not being open. And I know that our Chief of School Leadership, Ms. Jasanowski, is looking into that. And I would ask if she would follow up with you to find out specifically what schools those are, and then we will get back to you to see how we can get that resolved. Ms. Durham, you mentioned some comments about the bus driver shortage and us thinking outside of the box. I'm all about that, all about it. That's why we put the committee together. It's a diverse group of stakeholders. You certainly are welcome to join the committee. They are still working on addressing it. We've tried some out-of-the-box things ourselves to try and address the shortage. And you know what I'm happy about, we're not where we need to be, but we are not where we were either. And so we were at a place at the end of June where we were looking at upwards of 150 bus drivers, us being short 150 bus drivers. And we're in a space now where we're looking at 20 or 30. And so that tells me that between, our collaboration with, led by, by our Chief of Human Resources, who has done a magnificent job, our executive staff working with First Student, getting out into the community. We've been working with Commissioner Schroeder. We're looking at even, offering at adult education some classes so that we can ensure that folks are familiar with what they need to do in order to get the CDL license. We've offered bonuses. We've done some things that are out of the box that have lessened the impact of what we could have been facing and what we were facing at the end of June. But I certainly do invite you, if you're interested and if you're able, to participate in our transportation committee. I would ask that Mr. Hills reach out to you so that you're invited to the meetings, and I do hope that you are able to participate. Ms. Ingram Solar, who is one of the daughters of the community, always a pleasure to see you. You shared that the code of conduct needs to be inclusive. I can share with you that Dr. Brown did several meetings, and we certainly, one of our pillars in our strategic plan is increasing opportunities for student voice, because the code specifically impacts them. So we definitely want that. I don't know if you have a copy of the updated code of conduct, but it is always our goal to make sure that it is implemented with fidelity, that it is implemented. And in cases where you become aware that it's not, you have to notify and let us know so that we can then take a look into that.
Our principals are trained on what the code of conduct entails, so they know what the code of conduct expects. But again, if you become aware of some things, then you just have to let us know, because that's exactly what we want. We want the code to be implemented with fidelity. We want the code to be inclusive. In fact, right in the title of the code of conduct, it says intervention supports. So it's not just about level 3 and 4 suspending and out of school. There are some things that happen at levels 1 and 2 where we try real hard to keep our children in school. Ms. Hussein, you also shared that over the last 2 weeks, there were 70 suspensions. I would need information specifically, on what the suspensions entail, but the code of conduct, if they were level 3 and 4 infractions, that is what the code of conduct calls for. I want our schools to be safe and supportive, safe and supportive. And so I'm working with families. I'm out, whether I'm at Wegmans, wherever I am, and I run into parents, I'm very transparent. And I'm explaining to parents, we cannot have this fighting. Someone will get very hurt, really hurt. And I heard Pastor Giles say, if we don't get a handle on it, then the consequences can be very serious. We don't want to suspend students. I want to see our academic achievements soar. That's what I want. And I know that children being out of school make that very difficult. We want our children in school, but we do have to have some order. And so I'm working with our families, and I'm asking my parents to support the messaging and talk to children about the expectations on buses and in schools. Almost every 10 steps in a school, there's an adult that's willing to support. We've got credible messengers now and safe passages outside of schools. So almost every 10 steps, when you're within the school corridors, there's somebody that's there that's willing to help. Now, I agree with Ms. Bauer-Walker. Can we get training on how to do that? Sure, absolutely. I'm all about that. But there is support so that we can begin to resolve things restoratively and not just, using our hands and our fists. Mr. Bruno, always a pleasure to hear from you. Thank you for sharing the heartfelt words that you did, and thank you for staying. Thank you for staying. Thank you for sharing words about Dr. Harris-Tig. I know that if her family is watching, they will certainly appreciate the words that you shared about all of the work that she did. And you want more dialogue, we'd love to come out. We'd love to come out and to, participate in faculty meetings if we're able to. We're very willing to do that. So I'll reach out and talk with you a little bit more about that. That's one of the goals also in our strategic plan, and we got to get our plan out to you so that you know, but it's about cultivating trust with our community and with our schools. So I do intend to reach out to you so that we can talk about that. Ms. Bauer-Walker, you shared some really nice things about your opportunity today to participate in a wellness team that had more than 20 diverse stakeholders. That is huge. That doesn't just happen. That's a strategy. That's a strategy that we want to implement across the district. So that's good. You shared that last night. You were here for a parent welcome back meeting, and that, it was very, very welcoming, very good. I want to welcome your new community health workers to working to support the strategic plan and the mission of the Buffalo Public Schools. Perhaps we'll have an opportunity to meet at some point. You shared, I guess I'm happy to hear some positive things that are happening, in the Buffalo Public Schools, because I can only imagine for my board members, sometimes it could feel like they're getting beat up a little bit, like nothing good is happening. And we got a lot of good stuff. We're in the 3rd week of school and we have a lot of good stuff. And so thank you for uplifting that, you've had some experiences this early in the year that are really going well, that are really good.
Miss Rutland and I go back a ways, and I have tremendous respect for her. And I think that, I want to thank you, first of all, for sharing your personal story about, how and why identifying children who have been affected by homicide is so critically important. Thank you for sharing your personal story about that. I'm going to ask Dr. Brown to reach out to you to talk a little bit more with you about what your thoughts are surrounding that. Mr. Lang, always good to see you. I got a beautiful big thank you today from the team at Bennett for the work that the team did in helping us to make more space at Lewis J. Bennett. They did it, in lightning speed time. They did. They made it happen. And so you're absolutely right. There were 3 highly successful schools operating in one building, and now we're down to 2. That's progress. That means we're moving in the right direction, and we're going to continue to move in the right direction. And so I know that it's the start of the school year, and that may have delayed some things. I'm just trying to make sure that we have everything handled, but I know that it will continue the progress that we've already begun. Pastor Giles, just great work. I have so much respect for the work that you do. You and your team work with probably, our most challenging students, and you do it with love. And I know that sometimes our children that need the most love ask for it in the most unloving ways, and yet every day, cold, rain, sunny, hot, difficulties, whatever, you all are out there. And, sometimes we, ask for more and more, and every time we ask, the answer is always yes. And so I just want to say that on behalf of the district, we see you, and we certainly appreciate all that you do. Thank you. So now it's time for the superintendent's updates, and we do have a guest. I hope everyone doesn't leave, because I'm going to have him come up first, and he's got some very exciting news to share about, again, good work in the Buffalo Public Schools. Mr. Klubeck is here from WAZED, I believe. Is he still here? He is. And he's going to share at a very high level what our new partnership with WAZED means. It's a game changer. It's a game changer for our children. It's going to benefit many of our children. So, Mr. Klubeck?
Well, thank you, Dr. Williams, and thank you to the board for having me here tonight. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So, this is positive, and I know, I've been in your seat before, and I know sometimes it's difficult, and you wonder, what are all things in the district bad? And they're not. You're right. And I am so happy that I am able to stand up here tonight and talk to you about something that's extremely positive for the students, for the teachers, and for the parents of Buffalo schools. We have formed a partnership, and over the last 3 years, we've been forming this partnership. And now it's kind of official, where Buffalo schools are adding in STEM programs that are going to benefit the students once they graduate. Buffalo is, and I'm going to start with the end in mind, Buffalo has become the first large urban school district to become a WAS pathway district. Congratulations. What does that mean? That means that every single student in grades K through 12 will be exposed to STEM programs in coding, in cybersecurity, in drones, in artificial intelligence, in augmented and virtual reality, in I'm going to have to read them off my sheet, in robotics, mobile development, 3D printing, animation. All these programs will be in the hands of students starting this year. Congratulations. And you did it not as a knee-jerk reaction. As I said before, this has been a 3-year process where you started small, you piloted it, you put it in the hands of teachers and said, hey, let's try this program out. Before you made that decision, you wanted to make sure that it worked, and you found out that it does. And now you are doing the right thing by putting it in the hands of all students, because we need to start changing the way we educate our students. No longer can we put them in kindergarten and start on a 12-year journey where they end up somewhere where we don't know where they're going. What we need to do is look and see, where are the jobs of tomorrow? Where are these high-tech jobs? And then build our curriculum backwards and start teaching these students these skills starting in kindergarten. A little bit about WazEd. It was developed by Steve Wozniak, the co-founder of Apple, and he wanted to do exactly what I just said. He realized that we are at a shortage of workers who can take these high-tech jobs. Every single one of the pathways that I just mentioned to you has a negative unemployment rate. There are millions of jobs available and nobody to take those jobs. So the Buffalo School District is giving students those skills to take those jobs when they graduate in these high-tech, high-paying professions. And I give you a lot of credit for doing that. All of these pathways are standards aligned and allow students to explore programs and discover their passions while it's free to them. You don't want them to get into college and then start deciding what they want to do with their lives. You want them to take these 12 or 13 years, explore all these phenomenal programs so they could find out their passions. That is what this program will do. And I thank you for doing your due diligence and for having me here tonight, and I look forward to the journey ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm excited. I can't wait. I had a chance to go out to School 64, Olmsted, and the children had made drones, and there were several of us there, Chief Botticelli and Board Member Cotman. I think we all, we got caught up playing with the drones too. It was exciting. They were just, explaining what it took in order to make them and then to get them to fly. And, so now I'm excited that this opportunity will be spread across all of our schools for children as young as 4 and 5 years old, all the way up through senior year. That's amazing. Thank you. Looking forward to our continued work.
Thank you.
Just a few updates. I want to mention that this coming Saturday at this school, Performing Arts, we will have our high school showcase, and it is specifically targeted for students in 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. They can come. It will be from 9 until 12 o'clock and learn about all of the different offerings that are within our Buffalo Public Schools. So we want to have a packed house. We tend to get, hundreds and hundreds of children. It's not just for BPS students. Any child that resides in the city of Buffalo and their parents are able to come this Saturday at this school from 9 until 12 o'clock. All of the board members have, we handed out compendiums that share all of the different agencies that we have working in our schools. It will be on our webpage, and it's a whole litany of agencies that we have and the schools that they are providing services at. So that will be posted on our webpage. Wellness is a very big part of the work that we'll be engaged in over the next 3 years. So we want to thank all of the partners that are working with the Buffalo Public Schools. I also want to share that our modified sports program has begun, and it's very exciting. It started this year for students in, I believe, 6th through 8th grade, and right now our students are practicing flag football. So schedules have been handed out. Schedules are on our website. I encourage all of our board members to go out and to see some of our children as they participate in flag football. I think that sports certainly helps our students develop discipline, sportsmanship, achievement. We look for good attendance in our students who are athletes, and good behavior. So I'm very excited. This is the first year that we're starting that under Dr. Reynolds and Mr. House. It's an exciting time. I'll be out at some of the games. I would like to ask if one of our newer Associate Superintendents of School Leadership, Charlene Watson, would come up and just share some good news about one of her schools.
For the modified sports, is there a place that we can get information on those? I have lots of parents inquiring.
Absolutely. So on the website right now, the way that it is, if they go to the home page, they would have to go to the athletics tab and drop down and go into the athletics tab. We're going to try to get something, though, that's a little easier for parents to navigate by the end of the week, where it'll be just on our home page and they can click and get that information. They don't have to go searching for it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Williams and board members. Again, I'm Charlene Watson, Associate Superintendent of School Leadership, and one of my schools that I just left, no coincidence, is Burgard High School. And I'm bringing attention to the board because every year, Mr. Johnson, who is now the current principal, he tries to do something fun and exciting on the first Friday of the school year to kind of motivate students to come to school on time and get engaged. So they took a whole bunch of pictures, but this is just a quick video Fred Sells put together for you, Dr. Williams. Thank you.
The bills make me wanna kick your heels up and throw your hands up and throw your head back and come on now. The bills are making it happen now. Stand up now, come on and shout. Yeah, 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 yeah. Say you will. Shout it right now, baby. Say you will. Come on, come on. Say you will. Come on and shout. Say you will. Yeah. Buffalo's happening now. We're on the move now. The bills are happening now. We're making it happen now. We got the spirit, a lot of spirit, yeah. We got the spirit. Just watch it happen now. Hey, 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 hey. Let's go Buffalo. Let's go Buffalo. Let's go Buffalo. Let's go Buffalo. The bills make me wanna throw your head back and throw your hands up and kick your heels up and come on now. The bills are making it happen now. Stand up now, come on and shout. Yeah, 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 yeah. Say you will. Shout it right now, baby. Say you will. Yeah. Buffalo's happening now. We're on the move now. The bills are happening now. We're making it happen now. We got the spirit, a lot of spirit, yeah. We got the spirit. Just watch it happen now. Hey, 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 the bills make me wanna.
So I believe, Associate Watson, there's a request for you to just share a little bit about some of the things that Burgard has to offer. We know that we have parents and caregivers that are listening tonight. So what are some of the things that Burgard has to offer?
So Burgard High School is a career and technical education high school. We offer auto technology, machine tool technology, and welding technology. In addition, students are able to take one of 5 advanced placement courses, and most recently this year we added African American history to match the African American American Literature course, and that's in conjunction with ECC.
All right, thank you, thank you. And I know that they'll be participating in the showcase this Saturday.
Yes, we'll
So
be here.
if I hear you keep saying we, associate.
We'll be here.
Super,
yes.
okay. So Burgard is doing some really great work. You started a lot of, the success that's happening there, and you've handed the baton off to our very capable Principal Johnson, and I'm looking forward to getting out there and seeing some of the good work that I know is happening. And I'm hearing the Northland Corridor is a part of what's happening there. That's huge.
Yes, that is huge. Northland has been working with Burgard High School, I think about 3 years now, maybe 4. And it's an opportunity for students to go right from, we do also have the partnership with Alfred State, and the school provides instruction that is on college level. So students have an opportunity to go either to Northland right after graduation or go to Alfred State after graduation. At Northland, they can continue their training in welding and machine tool technology, or they can go to ECC for auto and continue their training there. And also, our students are able to get scholarships to Alfred to help them meet the cost of tuition and expenses.
Are there any questions from the board members for Associate Watson? Okay, thank you. Finishing up, but I certainly want to share that, across the nation, you've heard about staffing shortages. And I just want to say that under Chief Holly McGee currently, we have 0 principal vacancies in our schools. She, Ms. Jesenowski, and all of our associates of school leadership worked very hard to make sure that we had all of our principals placed. That is huge. That is worthy of an applause. It took a lot. Took a lot. We've hired 260 new teachers this school year, and I'm understanding that they're doing continuous onboarding at East High School every Thursday to continue recruiting and hiring new teachers. We're also partnering with WBLK. I'm really excited about this. A former Buffalo Public School graduate is willing to help us with advocating and recruiting new staff, so thank you for, leading that charge. We've hired 21 new school security officers. I saw a couple being interviewed today. Thank you, Executive Director Wagstaff and Chief Hills, for that. I believe there are 6 that are awaiting civil service approval, so we're moving forward there. The mayor has allocated 3 additional school resource officers, so we have more security personnel than we've had in the past. Our HR department did something very innovative. We've hired 14 retired teachers back to work with our children. They know and understand our district. They're seasoned, they're experienced, and it is working. So thank you very much for that work. I'll conclude my update by asking General Counsel Nate Kuzma to come forward and to share an update on negotiations. Thank you, Board.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Williams, members of the public. My name's Nate Kuzma, General Counsel for the Buffalo City School District, and as part of my duties and responsibilities, I am your chief negotiator at the bargaining table for all 11 of our collective bargaining units. I want to preface my presentation tonight by saying that this is, doing a public presentation on the status of negotiations is unorthodox. It
it's uncommon, and it really shouldn't be done. Bargaining, collective bargaining should take place amongst the parties at the table. It's an opportunity to have a mutual exchange of ideas, to listen to each other, and to ultimately, as Dr. Williams said during her responsive remarks, have a give and take and arrive at a compromise. Something that works for everybody. Not everybody leaves with exactly what they want, but you leave with some of it, right? I think if you ask somebody what negotiations is, that would be how they would respond, right? But I think it's time for the board, the public, our teachers, our community to hear the facts about why we are where we're at with our teacher negotiation. And it's an opportunity for me to share with you facts about where we are and correct the record. Okay, because we heard tonight from the union president, the BTF union president, we heard a lot of name calling, we heard threats, we heard timelines, but what we didn't hear was any substance as to what the district is proposing and why that's not sufficient, and what the Federation is asking for to get this contract done. And so I'm here tonight to share that information with you all and with the public, because misinformation, whenever it's presented, needs to be addressed, and that's our responsibility as public officials, no matter who the individual is. Because if we just listen to the president, whatever president it is, we would have been drinking bleach as a remedy for COVID-19, okay? So fortunately, we all did our own research on that to arrive at a conclusion that that probably was not the best idea. I want to start by giving everybody an overview of where we are in terms of labor relations in this district. I want to turn back to March of 2020, right on the eve of, a very lengthy, long pandemic. And I think this board will recall during that time, there was a lot of concern about the state. Ms. Woods, I'm sure you'll remember, as Chair of Finance and Ops, the state of our finances as a district. There was a lot of uncertainty in terms of what was going to happen. The economy had completely shut down. State revenues were down, and we were facing an imminent threat from the state government, which we rely solely on almost for our funding, that we were going to lose 20% of our revenues per month so that the state could cover its shortfalls. During that period of time, I think most union leaders understood, every one of them did, that we really weren't going to bargain. There was little meaning to bargaining during that point in time, given that uncertainty. But most of them were patient and waited for a better day. That better day came last spring when the federal government stepped in, passed legislation to provide funds to local governments, state governments, so that we didn't have to face the catastrophic circumstances that we were facing in terms of our budget. In addition to that, we've also were managed very well from a fiscal perspective, to where the district had sufficient amounts of money set aside to settle our labor contracts. And last spring, we got to work. Our negotiating teams got to work with all of our units. And as you will see, over that year period of time, we settled 10 out of 11 of our labor contracts, starting with our local two. Actually, it started with BEST in 2021, our teacher aides and assistants. Local 264 Service Center, our substitute administrators, our transportation aides, our substitute teachers, our food service workers, all were settled last spring and into the summer. All of them seem, and all of those contracts were passed by those unions relatively unanimously, and they were all passed by this board relatively, all of them were passed unanimously. Since Dr. Williams had taken over, we have settled with our PECTA group, our local 264 cook managers, our administrators, which was in September, and tonight before you, you have a tentative agreement between the district and local 409. Our operating engineers, to be 10 out of the 11. And I think that that's a pretty good track record in terms of how this board, how this superintendent, how our negotiating teams have approached the negotiation process. Because a few things happened coming off of COVID-19. We're not out of it yet. Not going to go as far as Joe Biden did. But coming out of COVID-19, we've seen a few things. One, wages locally and nationally were increasing substantially. For some of your lower paying jobs, $15 to $20 an hour you were seeing locally. Secondly, you were seeing that folks were not coming back into the workforce as readily as they were before. And so it was critical at that point in time that we aggressively pursued these contracts and that we provided fair, competitive wages to our employees so that we can recruit, so that we can retain, and so that we can do what we have to do as a school district. Nothing is more important to us than ensuring that our kids have access to the best, highest quality adults to service their needs on a daily basis. And so, of course, we want to settle contracts. Of course, we want a happy labor force, and we are in a situation and a condition that you can be proud of, because I don't think any of us can recall a circumstance where we have had this many contracts in contract as a school district, at least as far back as 2000, if not well before that. And many of the union leaders have commented on that how thankful and appreciative they are for this board's efforts, for the superintendent's efforts, for our negotiating team's efforts in settling these contracts. It's been a give and take. Many of these units see double-digit increases over the terms of their contracts, many of them within the first year that they were settled. But there's been concessions, right? Market competitive health insurance contributions, the foregoing of health insurance and retirement for new hires only. Every unit that receives retiree health insurance, except for one, has foregone that benefit for new hires because they understand that you can't have the best of both worlds. You can't have market competitive wages, but then a benefit on the other hand that is not in line with the marketplace. And this board spends $54.5 million a year on individuals that no longer work in the school district. So our service center employees, our local 409 this evening, our cook managers, PECTA, BCSA, our custodians have all agreed to forego retiree health insurance for new hires. Our best unit, our aides and assistants. And that's a compromise that was made at the table for very substantial wage increases. Now that leaves one unit that is unsettled. And I want to state one thing unequivocally this evening. Nothing in my work is more important than settling a fair contract with our teachers. Nothing is more important in my work right now than settling a fair contract with our teachers. And what you will see tonight is that those efforts have been made. And we're in the position that we're in because the proposal from the other side is something that's absolutely unaffordable, and unattainable and completely out of line with reality than anything that I've ever seen doing this work. Our priorities in negotiations are to, as I just said, provide a fair and competitive compensation package to our current Buffalo teachers as soon as possible. To stabilize the district's budget by bringing contract provisions in line with the marketplace, to protect and preserve the district's financial stability into the future. One thing that I will not do, and that's when I have to say no, that's what you pay me to do, is to say no when something is going to jeopardize the education of our children, my children, into the future, and our ability to provide the best possible educational opportunities that we can for them. We want to increase the district's ability to appropriately fill athletic coaching appointments with the most qualified coach. It's been a priority of this board for a very, very long time. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. By negotiating work rule flexibility to increase the educational opportunity and learning time equity for our students. One of those issues is our bell time adjustments. What we've proposed to the Federation this fall is nothing new. It's been on the table for 3 years. We've talked about it at the table. So, you know, we've all understood that we have a crisis in terms of our transportation and that we have a solution to that. And that's one of the issues that we have discussed, you know, during the course of this negotiation. Some current facts about our Buffalo teachers contract. You know, some good, some not so good, you know, if you're a teacher, in terms of where we line up comparatively with the region as well as some of the big six. At an average of 7% of premium equivalent, our district teachers contribute the least toward health insurance as active employees amongst comparable districts. In most districts, the teachers contribute at least 15%. Noting our teachers contribute a flat dollar amount, they don't contribute a percentage. So the percentages don't increase as our costs increase over time. Okay, no other district does that. Other teachers contribute a percentage and at least double what our active teachers are contributing. Buffalo provides the best, most valuable health insurance benefits in retirement compared with other districts. The district's 22-23 budget includes $54.8 million for retiree health care. That has an opportunity cost of $12,000 per teacher, which are dollars that could be used on current teacher salaries if not for this costly benefit. Now I say that not, it's a fact. Okay, we can't do both. As Mr. Scott, I don't want to bring him into it, but other districts, other teachers in suburban districts do not get this benefit in retirement. Okay? When they leave, there may be the ability to use their sick time or an early retirement incentive to defray the costs of retiree health insurance for a period of time. But as that winds down, teachers in other areas or other districts are responsible for the retiree health insurance benefit. You want to look at Kenton, you want to look at Williamsville, you want to look at Akron, you know, you want to look at Sweet Home, you know, any of those districts, they don't have that benefit. In addition to valuable retiree health insurance, Buffalo teachers receive additional compensation upon retirement by selling back their sick days and through an early retirement incentive if they retire between the ages of 55 and 59, which usually adds up to about $50,000, $60,000 per individual that leaves. Now, as I just said, most teachers in other districts utilize those sellbacks to pay for health insurance in retirement. Our teachers get that as a money out the door with retiree health insurance on top of that, which is about a $450,000, $500,000 benefit. Now, our teacher salaries are competitive compared with comparable regional districts through the first 13 years of a career. Starting salary on through to the mid-range. But years 14 through the end of their careers, Buffalo teachers do earn less than their suburban teacher salaries. We know we're pretty competitive, but we tail off. And one reason is this last point, is that we have a very long salary schedule. It's 27 steps. It's really 26 because we start teachers, which we agreed to last contract. We start teachers on step 2. But it's still the longest in the region. Not necessarily when you look at other urban districts. You look at Rochester, you look at Syracuse, you look at Utica. They've got long salary schedules as well. So if you look at the big 6, we're not so far off, but if you look at the region, who we're primarily competing with for teachers, we do have a fairly long salary schedule, and one of the longest. So that gets to our proposal, the district's proposal, which we made in April the 28th. And in response to the Federation at that point, who had considered our prior offer from March to be insufficient, we did what is also uncommon, which I guess is we increased our offer by about $54 million. So immediately upon ratification, teachers would receive a 6% increase in their salary. And this is a high number. Usually in contract settlements, you see historically somewhere between 2.5% and 3.5%. However, there are a couple of different factors to consider here. One is teachers have been out of contract since 2019. We're a couple school years beyond that, so we wanted to account for that. But in addition, we are seeing, we all feel it, rapid inflation right now. So we want to take that into account. But they had the option of accepting 4.94% if they wanted to remove step 16 from the current salary schedule, which would bring it down to 25 steps immediately upon ratification. What that does is address the issue, 2 steps in 1 year. So they're really getting an additional 6% increase in that year. 3%, or they'd get the 6, and then they'd get an additional, 4.94. Then they'd get an additional 3% on top of that. Okay, and that's in part to try to reduce our where our shortfall is in the latter half of a teacher's career. July 1, 2023, and by the way, going back, that would represent on average, we have about a $72,000 average teacher salary, $4,320 per teacher on average. The next year it would be 6% as well, which would mean on average $4,580 per teacher in increases as of July 1, 2023. And of July 1, 2024, 4% or $2.94 if they wanted to remove what would be the new step 16. Okay, to once again boost those salaries on the back half and really give teachers on the back half of the schedule 2 steps for 1, to minimize, our where we are competitively with our regional peers. Our proposal would bring average teacher salaries from $72,000 to approximately $84,000 over the term of the district's proposal. Additionally, all active teachers would receive a 6% bonus of his or her new salary. So that would be their salary plus either the 6 or the 4.94, and they would get 6% as a one-time bonus, depending on where you are on the salary schedule, and that would mean, on average, a $4,500 bonus for those teachers to cover what the, for what those retroactive years have been. And that's what we've done as a district and as a board, as opposed to doing retroactivity, which is a monster to figure out, especially with your largest bargaining unit. We've done one-time bonuses. We did it last contract with our teachers. We've done it with every unit that we've successfully negotiated with, including the 10 that I'd previously noted to you. Our adult education teachers would also receive a one-time bonus. It is less because they are part-time and they work usually half-day increments. We've also offered a payment to retirees of $1,500, up to $1,500, depending on when they retired. So if they retired just recently, they would get a little bit more. If they retired back, when the last contract expired, they would get less. In addition to those proposals, we've made some others in response to the Federation's proposals, including our class instructors at the Adult Education Center provided with a new 30-minute paid preparation period for the purpose of preparing lessons and completing necessary coursework, or paperwork, excuse me. Effective July 1, 2023, increasing the per pupil allowance for teachers up from $8 to $10, and that would be increased again in 2024. Providing a $1,000 stipend for teachers with a bilingual extension when providing instruction in a class where the bilingual extension is necessary and required. And also increasing the stipends for certain special area teachers like counselors, reading specialists, social workers, attendance teachers, and other TOSAs by $100. That's between a 20% and 30% increase on those stipends that they receive. And that's to help address the instructional and social emotional needs of our students post-pandemic and attract teachers into those areas. On the health insurance, we have made a proposal to certainly increase what teachers are currently paying and create a percentage rather than a flat dollar amount. And so we've proposed 13% phased into 15% over the course of the contract, which is market competitive and in line with what our regional districts are doing. And for retirees that effective upon ratification, they would contribute the same percentage towards the premium equivalent as active employees. Now, what a 13% contribution means, just for the sake of transparency, for a family plan, they currently would contribute $1,500. That would be $2,793 for our most expensive and highest cost plan. The BTF membership gets to select from 4 plans, so I had selected the most expensive, and so it would be an increase of about $1,200 per year of pre-tax dollars. And on an individual plan, there would be an increase from $600 to $1,200 per year for the highest cost plan. Further proposals on health insurance. All of the other units that get retiree health insurance have agreed that at the age of 65, when they become Medicare eligible, that they go on to the district's Medicare Advantage plan. Right now, that's voluntary for our teachers to go on to the Medicare Advantage plan, and we have had some success in marketing this plan to those retirees. But our proposal, is that teachers would be required, to the extent they're eligible for retiree health insurance, to automatically enroll in our Medicare Advantage plan upon reaching Medicare eligibility. Retiree health care, we have proposed that the new hires as of ratification are not eligible for this benefit. And we have made a proposal to increase the amount that we pay per teacher into the BTF Supplemental Benefits Fund. We pay a flat dollar amount per year to the BTF, and they provide the vision and dental insurance to their membership. And we've proposed increasing that by $50 as of July 1 of 2023, which would bring that to $650 with an additional $25 the year after to bring it up to $675, which is just about what we pay into the supplemental benefit fund for other bargaining units of employees that we have. Our work rule proposals. We've proposed modifying in collaboration with the BTF our CBA to modernize our teacher transfer process. Right now, you know, teachers have the ability to mail and fax in and do things with, you know, the teacher transfer process. We want to modernize it and make it more electronic, more teacher-friendly, but also more efficient for our directors and supervisors who are responsible for actually implementing the teacher transfer process. Right now, it's a fairly laborious, archaic process, and, you know, we want to bring it into the 21st century. The implementation of the athletic coach hiring MOU to ensure our student athletes have access to the highest quality athletic coaches. Now, if you'll remember last time that we settled this contract, we had agreed to form a committee, right? I think Ms. McCosey, you sat on that committee. It was great work that was done by the teachers that were appointed by the Federation and certainly the administrators that were appointed by the superintendent, Dr. Cash at that time. I think they, you know, we met maybe 5, 10 times, probably 10, I'd say, and developed an MOU that everybody agreed with, coaches included, that developed a brand new hiring process for how athletic coaches would be selected in the district. And the goal, and everybody agreed, we wanted to hire and ensure that our kids had access to the highest quality coach that actually understood the sport in which they were coaching. If you could wait till the end. But that MOU apparently died when it went over to the Federation. And there have been promises since that we want to do this, we want to get this over the finish line, we will go back to committee. Well, we don't have to go back to committee because the committee already developed the document that we should be using. And so we're not, you know, fool me once, shame on you, right? Fool me twice, shame on me. You know, we're not going to go back to committee for something that's already been developed. The time is now, you know, to get this component done. We need flexibility in determining the starting and ending times at schools to support decreased learning loss. What we're talking about here is our bell schedule. You know, this is even more pronounced now coming off of COVID, where we are facing a national driver shortage, right? And we've been trying to solve that problem ad nauseum for the last year and a half, including, you know, a large number of meetings this summer. And this would solve it. This would solve it if we could get there. And I know we can. And that's in the best interest of everybody, because right now what's happening is people have to stay longer. Kids aren't getting to school on time. That's disruptive to the day. They're not leaving on time. Teachers and administrators have to stay longer to supervise the kids. This is something that would allow us the ability to safely get kids to and from school on time for the beginning of every day and to have them leave on time at the end of every day. Makes a lot of sense. The hiring of teachers during the summer would be based on district seniority rather than the prior years of summer employment. This is sort of another one that's, you know, the district doesn't maintain, you know, summer seniority records. So teachers self-report that. We have accurate records in terms of district seniority. It's easier for us to verify and to make sure that the appropriate teacher gets the slot in which they've applied for. A provision allowing for the development of a 43-week calendar as opposed to a 42-week calendar, which is currently in the BTF contract, you know, to support professional development of teachers and to decrease the learning loss experienced by students during the pandemic. Well, we've all, for as long as I can remember, we have a 43-week calendar every year. We have to do an MOU to get there, because if we had a 42-week calendar, it'd be very unpopular with teachers and the rest of staff because we'd lose the midwinter break. We have to have the 43rd week in order to provide the midwinter break and to provide Regents exams in June. There's no other way around it. So what we're trying to do is just standardize something that we do every single year. This isn't the district trying to say teachers have to work longer. This is the number of weeks that you work every single year. We're just trying to codify it in the contract. Now, and I've said this before, that was not our best and final offer. Okay, we have room to negotiate. We are willing to do that. However, where the Federation presently is in terms of just 3 of their 87 proposals, none of which have been withdrawn, is completely out of the realm of anything that we could afford as a school district. So if you look down, this is their proposal, 2019 through 2025, 26. In the bold is the total percentage of what we've estimated that they're asking for. And it's, in essence, they're asking for a 10% increase per year, retroactive to 2019, plus a cost of living adjustment, which at the time that we costed this out, we only had accurate data through 21, 22. As we know right now, the cost of living adjustment is much higher than 5.9%. In addition to the out years, we've conservatively estimated them to be 3.22 in hopes that eventually things will get back in line with historic trends. But it probably is going to be much higher than that. In addition, the Federation has proposed removing a step each year, which would be retroactive to July 1 of 2019. And in total, over the course of just these 2 proposals, are 112% in increases over the term of the contract. As I said, these increases are retroactive, and they will apply to the salary schedule and coaching rates and psychologist salaries. Further, the COLA in future years is unknown, but as I said, conservatively estimated. And I added BTF 50 in here because that is a proposal to continue the COLA adjustment beyond the term of this contract. So every year here thereafter, teachers would get the cost of living adjustment. Now, I can tell you, you agree to that, you'll never negotiate another contract. You won't, there will be no need to negotiate another contract again. And BTF Proposal 52 is increasing the hourly rate from teachers from what it currently is at, which is $31.85 per hour, to 1/1100th of their annual salary for the hour or part thereof they are employed. And this proposal would be retroactive, once again, to July 1 of 2019. And if agreed to, this proposal would increase the hourly rate by 102% immediately upon signing to $63 approximately. So now the costs, and this is really where the rubber meets the road, right? Just on 3 proposals, remember, of 87, all of which have some level of economic impact, some which we're unable to cost out because of how massive that they actually are. So you look at the district's proposal over 1 year. In the first year, if we were to sign that contract today, it would mean $37 million that this contract would be. And over the 4 years, it would be $181 million in total with a run rate. And what I mean by run rate is that that's your carry forward costs for the next year, even beyond the contract, by the time you get to the end. Our run rate's $53 million in new money. The BTF proposals, just 3 of them, you have a 1-year cost immediately upon signing of this agreement would be $675 million. Over 4 years, $2.2 billion, with a run rate at the end of $600 million in new money. As I said, this analysis only includes 3 of the BTF's 87 proposals, and it's probably higher than what we've estimated it because of what COLA is presently right now. Proposals 49, 50, and 52 are $638 million more expensive than the districts in just this year. So immediately upon signing that 638 in new money above what we are proposing. Those three proposals are over $2 billion more expensive over the 4 years. Remember, just three proposals. They haven't withdrawn any of their other 87. BTF, the three proposals have a run rate that's $547 million more than the district's proposals. Means the carry forward costs into the years beyond the contract. The BTF proposals increase the average base teacher salaries from what they presently are at $72,000 to $162,000 by year 25-26, with an additional average of $27,000 in extra activity costs. That's extra compensation for coaching, running after school programs, so on and so forth, bringing their annual compensation in 25-26 to $189,000. The district proposal, as we previously said, would bring our average teacher salaries to $84,000. Now, just as a point of reference, many of you were on the board when we settled the last contract, and you know, we've been 16 years, right, or 15 years, whatever it was. I mean, the BTF's only had one contract in 23 years. But this settlement, the 2016 settlement with the BTF covering 15-year period was $99 million. We're at 181. Okay, so we're double what we were at that point in time, dealing with a much larger period of time. The projected costs of our proposals and the impact on our budget, if we were to sign these, you know, we were to sign what the Federation's proposing today, knowing that our current fund balance is about $313 million. We know it's a healthy fund balance. Our proposal uses nearly 60% of that within 4 years. The BTF's three proposals that we've outlined today fully deplete all of our available financial reserves immediately upon signing of the agreement, and it would require nearly double that. Double our available fund balance to pay for the BTF's proposed raises, just in those three proposals. If we were to agree to that, it would immediately render the district insolvent and unable to cooperate. And you wonder why I said no? This is information, by the way, that has been shared with the Federation going back to February. And we continued to provide them with these cost analysis to let them know how absurd their proposed demands were of the district. So as next steps, after meeting, you know, and it's not like we haven't met. We have met and met and met amongst ourselves with a PERB-appointed mediator who's very experienced in these things over the course of the last year. But on June 23rd, 2022, the district requested that PERB appoint a fact finder to move forward and assist the parties in reaching a successor agreement. It's no wonder there's a 2-week deadline. Would you want to go to fact-finding with a proposal valued at $2.2 billion just on 3 of your proposals? I wouldn't. Okay. That's right. So we requested fact-finding not to delay, not because we didn't want a contract. It's because we do. And the hope is that a neutral person will come in and see this and make a reasonable recommendation to the parties. We want to get this done. The district remains willing to negotiate in a fair and meaningful process which will prove to be respectful to teachers, who we do appreciate, while also financially allowing the district to operate in ways financially which will continue to offer programming and professional development opportunities that will encourage high and equitable academic achievement for all the students in the Buffalo Public Schools. So as you will see, board members, we have made a proposal that is real money in teachers' pockets, that uses a substantial amount of the reserves that we have available to us to settle contracts. Where are we going to get the money? And that should be the question that's asked. Where do you expect the district to get the money to pay $2.2 billion just on 3 proposals? Just on 3 proposals. So that is why we are where we are. And it's my responsibility, as you've tasked me with, to make sure that when we settle contracts, we do it in a responsible way that not only provides money to our employees who we deeply value, but also preserves our ability to run the district and to provide the best possible educational opportunities for our teachers into the future for many years to come. Okay? Thank you. And I'll take any questions that you all may have, and I appreciate the opportunity to come up here and present to you today.
Thank you for your very thorough explanation, Mr. Kuzma. Do any of my fellow board members have questions? I see Ms. Kottman's hand going up. She's reaching for the mic.
So I need some clarity because it wasn't clear to me, Mr. Kuzma. The sheet that talks about the district proposal wages, are you saying that that upon immediate ratification, because we didn't have a contract that expired, it has expired since, what, 2019?
Yes.
That the teachers would receive 6%, a lump sum, 6% first?
Well,
and that would cover for 19, 20, and 21?
Yeah, teachers under the proposal would get 6% adjusted to their salary. Then after that 6% adjustment is made, they would get a 6% bonus of that salary, one-time bonus of that salary.
So you would give another 6% after you make the adjustment because of the money that they did not receive for 19, 20, and 21?
That's correct.
Okay, and so that's a total of 12% at that point. And that would be done, that can be done immediately?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and so following that, there would be another 6% awarded in July of 2023, and another 4% awarded in July of 2024, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so somewhere in the back of my mind, I remember that teachers would receive money for coming to school in September. Is that still in the contract? It was like 2.5% or something. Does that exist? It was something where if you came into the classroom, did that go away, or I'm thinking of something else?
I think you're thinking of something else.
Okay, so I just want to go over that. So there's 6% and 6%, and then in 23 another 6%, and then in 24 4%. And what we're asking them to do is to contribute to the health insurance. And worst case scenario, if they went with the most expensive family plan, it would be about $2,800 a year.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. I needed that clarity. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. McCosey, I believe you had a question.
So I just wanted to clarify, when it comes to the MOU, yes, it's all about hiring coaches, but I really wanted to make sure that people saw that there was an academic focus as well with the MOU. Study tables would be implemented, teachers and students would come together to make sure that students' averages were always on point. There was a huge academic component built into and baked into the MOU as well. And yes, and to make sure that our coaches are, they didn't just watch softball in 7th grade, they actually know the sport and can coach.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Woods, do you have questions? And then Mr. Scott can follow.
Yeah, I'm hoping everybody's looking at this. I hope the teachers get to look at this realistically. Ms. Codman already pointed out that's a 22% raise in this contract. But for me, I'm looking at just the first year being $675 million, and the entire American Rescue Act funds that we got for 3 years is $289 million. I mean, it's like even the federal government raining on us didn't give us half of the money that this contract would cost
In 1 year.
in 1 year. I mean, and then the 4-year cost, unless I'm insane, our entire budget is just over $1 billion, and you're talking about trying to get $2.2 billion just for this contract?
Just for 3 proposals. Yeah,
For
just
3
these-
proposals.
Just for 3 proposals. Out of
The entire budget for everything, 67 schools, all the teachers, all the administrators, every contract is $1 billion, and this is even what is?
Now you know how I feel.
How would anyone in their right mind consider $2.2 billion for one contract to be any kind of a possibility in the realm of a doable? I mean, are we going to triple our schools? What? I don't understand it. These numbers are just seriously unbelievable. I don't think the teachers have any clue of the preposterous nature. This isn't even a feeler. This is not even trying to deal with it. This is what they just showed. They got up and walked out on our students, on negotiations. It's just, this is not realistic and very disrespectful. I just want to say that as a budget reality check.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Mr. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Kuzma, for your presentation. Just for clarification, on increasing stipends for guidance counselors, reading specialists, et cetera, can you explain that they currently get a stipend for being in that position?
They do, and it's,
what is that?
It's nominal. It's between $300 and $500 depending on the position. And so this increases all of those lines by $100.
And that's built within the contract and has been in there?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any other questions? Mr. Hurt? No?
I'm sorry. Thank you, President Petrusky. My questions are so in depth. I'm not going to just go over everything tonight because I'm dealing with the healthcare plans and the bonuses. I really believe our teachers, they deserve the best, and we want the best from our teaching population, and we just want to just continue to work together to find something that's going to be reasonable for both parties, and also to build the morale back up with our teachers. It's really disheartening to see the teachers in such disarray about the contract, and to see that I believe in unity and I believe in working together, but also believe in bringing the truth out. And I'd like to thank you, Mr. Kuzma, for all the work that you've been doing, trying to negotiate with the contracts and the superintendent. Also, I know the president, Phil Morris, stated that she was new and that she's wasn't involved before and she just started. But I know that with the big heart that she has and negotiating contracts, and here, you know, you displayed earlier 10 contracts that was resolved, and this is the 11th and that we're working through, and I believe this shows her presence and ability to fulfill contracts and do reasonable things, and with both sides to be satisfied. So thank you with your work and continue, and thank you, Board President.
Ms. Makosa, you have another question?
So I just want to point out that because this was put out there, I don't have the answers to some of these questions here, but some of the things that have been posed is our vacancies, how are we recruiting teachers? Teachers are feeling as though that we're not in and averaging the big six, and I believe you had said we were. So I think clarification around how we're putting all this together, how we're averaging the big six, how we're going to deal with the recruitment of teachers and the vacancies as teachers have seen teachers leave. Apparently there is a true disconnect, but just for clarity's sake, if you can address these two questions, as I've received quite a few.
I didn't say we were on average with the big six. What I said is that if you look comparatively at other districts and their salary schedules, we're fairly competitive through the first half of the teaching career. And admittedly, we do tail off and become less competitive salary-wise, you know, with comparable districts on the second half of a teacher's career, which is why we've proposed removing those two steps to boost those salaries in the back half of a teacher's career. So I don't want to say that we're on average over the course of a career, you know, on par with either the big six or regional districts. We are through the first 13 years, but not after that, which is what we're trying to address through our proposal.
Yes, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown.
Thank you, President Bertucci. Thank you, Nate, for a robust explanation. I think it was clear, and I think it's important that we do, if we can, regular updates on these proposals, because I think sometimes it could be teachers or the average layperson may not have the correct information. And so I think from our perspective as a board and a district, we need to give the information correctly. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Kuzma, I have a few questions myself. One thing that strikes me is that this seems to be highly unusual that there wasn't a non-disclosure agreement from both parties prior to the negotiations. Typically, unions agree to not discuss these things publicly.
Yeah, and usually there are with unions ground rules. Sometimes they happen, sometimes they don't. I'll tell you, in the negotiations that I conduct, when we sit down, I have good relationships with most of the union presidents, you know, but we have not set ground rules. I think we've sat down at the table with a mutual understanding that you want to get this done, we want to get this done, let's get it done, and we know how to do that. Be professional and negotiate in good faith at the table. You know, part of the reason why the ground rules with the Federation fell through the way they did is because they don't follow them. This tactic of coming to this microphone or going on the radio or the television screen or picketing with signs, making accusations about the district's proposals is not new. This is what happens every single time, okay? And enough is enough of the old way of doing business. We can sit down like adults and do this the right way, the way that it should be done, without resorting to the same old, tired tactics. So that's why. Because if I would abide by the ground rules, but sometimes the other side does not.
And a follow-up question in the same vein would be, it's, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it strikes me as that it's highly unusual, and I don't believe we've done this for any of our other unions, where we've actually kind of put forth to the public and to the board prior to the final vote on the agreement what the proposals are.
As I said from the outset, this is unusual, this is unorthodox, and it hasn't been done with any other unit.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? No? Thank you very much, Mr. Kuzma.
Thank you.
Dr. Williams, do you have anything else under your, okay. Thank you very much. All right, well, that concludes the presentation from the speaker, from the response to the speaker and the presentation from the superintendent. May I have a motion to approve the minutes from the previous meetings from August 17th and August 31st? So moved by Terrence Hurd with a second by Jen McCosey. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any objections? Any abstention? The minutes are passed. Thank you. Committee reports. I'm going to start with Jen McCosey on my left, and we're going to go around the table. Ms. McCosey, do you have anything to report?
So I just wanted to report that September 3rd, we hosted a backpack giveaway, $11.99 healthcare education project, the Buffalo Parent Teacher Organization, and myself as the West District School Board member. We were able to work with many groups. We gave away 720 full backpacks with, and thank you to those who helped donate. Each backpack had 2 notebooks, 2 composition books, 2 folders, like pencil pouches, everything you could possibly need, and they went to well-deserving families. It was a packed event. It was supposed to be from 12 to 3, and we ended up having to close up shop by 2. We gave away bike helmets. The PAL was there, gave away bike helmets. UB Dental gave away dental kits, and we had different organizations come. It was success. Can't wait till next year to do it again. We also did a listening tour over this summer, and I am getting that information for you. There was 120 folks that we actually spoke to that gave us their contact information, so we want to pass that along. But, it's safety, security, transportation, the same issues that we've been pushing hard. And rest assured that, folks believe in us, they see a change, but we have some, I don't like to say we need to convince anybody of anything. We just need to put up or shut up, and I think we're doing that.
I don't have anything.
Yes, been to a number of events with the school district, visiting schools this past month, but I'm just going to report, we have friends up in the north in Niagara Falls School District, so I was happy to go support them in a renaming ceremony of the Niagara Falls Street Elementary School to the Boniva Bond Primary School. She was the first African-American school board member there at Niagara Falls, and she also worked under Governor Rockefeller in state programs. So she was a great, supported great initiatives here in Western New York, Niagara Falls. She's a great leader there and stood on many boards, including sororities and other state projects that were done that was beneficial to Niagara Falls here in Buffalo, also in Western New York. I know one of the big things that she was the president of the NAACP there in Niagara Falls. So congratulations to that school board, and also Mark Lowry, the superintendent of Niagara Falls School Systems, the fine work that they're doing over there. I'm going to move on to the athletic report. So I would just like to say that Mike House is doing a wonderful job. We've been meeting monthly over with for the athletic committee, and we brought a lot of things together to make this athletic department the top athletic department here in Western New York and across the state. So I'd just like to say for our varsity sports that started this year, this is the first time ever that the Buffalo Public Schools have been aligned with the Section 6 and Title 9 for all of its sports. So these sports include cheerleading, cross country, field hockey, football, golf, gymnastics, soccer for girls and boys, and swim. That's right now that's open for the girls, and tennis. And we also have to mention volleyball. So all of these sports that's in line with the Section 6 that Buffalo is participating in it. And the one thing that we always talk about was equity and equality. And these are the practices that we bring into the athletic department. So I'm so very proud of this department. And with that, we can move on to the athletic meetings and some of the things that were talked about. Our athletic meetings consists of myself and community members. We have community members, we have principals, we have athletic director and his staff, and then we also have teachers. It's teachers that was appointed by the BTF that's part of the committee that we meet monthly, and we also have weekly meetings on the phone about progress that we're making and things that we're been working on. So some of the things I would like to just bring out is that the modified program is has coaching, and that's also include community coaches, because we don't have enough coaches here in the district to support our programs. So we're reaching out for community coaches, and that includes training for the children, tutoring for the children, and mentoring for the children. And some of the updates that we have with the modified program is one thing we discussed a little earlier, the MOU is still on the table, and that's something that we're hoping to get passed so that we can do this a little more fluently. We talked about our hiring process, how to hire our community coaches and bring our community in to help participate with this, because we know, like in our Little League football here in the city of Buffalo, we have coaches that want to come over to the district and coach with our kids and work with our children here and bring children over to the district. So this is the windfall for all. And so we look at our interview rubrics. So we've been holding those, and we also have looking about coaching stipends and equaling the pay for coaches, for our programs with the Buffalo Public Schools, and also along with our community partners. And then we also have a coaching evaluation instrument that we put together so that we can evaluate our coaches and their strength and things that they're doing with our children, so that making sure they're making progress and making sure all the children has the opportunity to learn with the modified sports. One of the things that Larry asked earlier, was about a web page, and that's one thing that we was looking to develop and also an app so that parents can follow their children where they're at, because we're dealing with younger children now. We're dealing with 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. So we want parents to have all opportunities to look on their phone and find out where their children at, make sure they're still at the playground or they're on their way home or to a friend's house afterwards. We want to make sure that they have knowledge in that. So we're looking to develop our own web page and have a link that will be going to the Buffalo Public School website so that they can follow easier and that they can navigate through that page a little easier. Also, we talked about our transportation. We still looking, I seen the email earlier about the buses and transportation and the monies that was afforded over from the state, but we also looking to put in all our quadrants transportation for our modified programs that could also be used for our varsity programs if needed. We had a situation this past weekend where our cheerleaders couldn't go on the away trip with a away boys football team because of transportation issues, and we don't want to keep running into that problem because of the lack of drivers here in the district. And going on with that, everybody to know that All High Stadium is open. If you have an opportunity to go see Phase 1 and Phase 2 of All High Stadium, please go over to All High Stadium behind Bennett High School and take a look at some of the things that were done there. We got 11-lane track. We have a new turf field for the football program, new goal posts. The stadium looks amazing. We also have sand pits for the high jump and the long jump also. So these are things that make us compatible for Title IX championship games right here in Buffalo that state can participate in. So we're still working on phase 3 of that, and that would be, we explained that earlier, so I don't want to go too much to be involved in that. We also, we talked about our modified sports, so for the fall season, the modified include our brand new flag football sport, which was helped us out with finances from the NFL, and also is, and that's going to be underway in 5 of our quadrants. It's going to be the North, East, South, and West, and Central, including 32 elementary schools that'll be offered for 7th to 8th grades that's performing academically well. So those are already on the way, and we also have, for the winter sports, we already identified a modified basketball program. We'll start on October 14th, and we also will have 12 girls and boys host teams to include in all 32 elementary schools. And then we also been working on our spring session. The modified track will begin on March 13th, and Buffalo will have 16 girls and boys teams to host, and they will include all 32 elementary schools. Closing up, we also, for the flag football program, last night we held our first Buffalo Athletic flag football coaches and official training over at the Lewis J. Bennett High School from 6 to 8. And we had, just skipping over a couple of things, but we did have a lot of community coaches that came out, and what we did was train 16 BPS flag football coaches. So that flag football program is going to be sustainable, and we have families calling all the time about registering their children for it. We also, the New York State Public High School Athletic Association Section 6 Sportsmanship Awards. So we had a few people that was listed for that, and this is the first time that we were recognized, here in Section 6 for our contribution in sports. So for the 2021-22 school year, Olmsted was awarded the New York State Public High School Athletic Association Sportsmanship Award. This was the first time in history that like I said, a Buffalo Public School High School had achieved this award. So kudos to the program over at Olmsted. We also have, the following schools have won the Section 6 Sportsmanship Awards for the last school year, and will be honored today, actually, by the Section 6 Athletic Council meeting. That include Olmsted, the principal, Geneva Claudio Cotto, athletic liaison, Kathleen States, student athlete, Brooklyn Bullock, student athlete, Xavier Goodman, Riverside, Riverside High School is receiving an award, the principal, Colleen Cunningham. We also have athletic liaison, Christine Popko, student athlete, Patience Howie, student athlete, Nelson Camacho. South Park High School is receiving an award, the principal, Michael Morris. Athletic liaison, Cynthia Crayson. We have student athlete, Javari Bowder, student athlete, Lashari Slabala. And I'm just gonna skipping over a couple things because it's very lengthy, but we have our soccer girls pre-seasons list to watch also. So that's kicked off this fall, and we also have Coach Brian Davis and McKinley Max. First time, McKinley Max are 3-0, and they will play on Fox TV on Thursday night under Thursday Night Lights. So this Thursday, if you got time to watch the very good McKinley football team that came together through all the chaos that happened at that school, and then this is bright light that's happening. So try to help support the McKinley High School, the Max. Also, the Hutch Tech girls volleyball is out to a very good start. They're, the Lady Engineers are 6-0 in league play and had a great outing against Sweet Home Invitational. And we're going to cut a couple out, but Bennett has been traveling out of state for two of the 3 games they had this school year already. And the fall sports, we got 17 new teachers and teachers' aides and assistants that supporting the game management and operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Dr. Kathy Evans-Broughton.
Okay, I don't have a committee report because my colleague Sharon Cotman-Belton will have that. Belton-Cotman will have that. But during my absence last Wednesday, I was in New York City for a conference, and it was entitled Broadening Perspectives, Education Assessment, Accountability, and Equity. And so the National Urban League, along with UNIDOS, which is a Hispanic group, they embarked on a project to reimagine K-12 assessment and accountability, and often marginalized individuals are absent from decisions made by these entities when you talk about assessments and standardized testing. So it was really interesting because this particular project centered on the voices of young people, their families and communities, educators, youth development workers, and so on. So they tried to include all of those entities that I just mentioned. So the National Urban League and UNIDOS, in partnership with other organizations, they carried out about 60 listening tours throughout the country and interviews. And the organizations conversed on a series of roundtable sessions, et cetera. So it was an 8-hour conference, and I'm going to reduce it to 3 minutes so that you get a gist of what these groups are doing. So the purpose was to understand the diverse views and concerns of stakeholders and inform the vision for next generation of assessments and accountability systems. Now, if you're like me, I don't do well on standardized testing. I remember when I did my GRE, I didn't do well because I didn't get into the school that I wanted to the first round. However, I did the second round. But the point is, standardized testing scare a lot of our young people and teachers, frankly. I remember going into, when I was in the classroom, I felt like I was teaching to the test with young people versus really doing teaching and them learning. But nevertheless, this project, the data sources include conversations with students, parents, teachers, out-of-school time providers, civil rights activists, policymakers, researchers, and other stakeholders. There were a total of 260 participants across 21 interviews and 42 focus groups, more than 60 hours of conversations, and 1,000 pages of transcripts. So they looked at the current use of assessments, accountability system, who should be held accountable and how, the validity and reliability of the assessments, the importance of equity, that's part of the accountability system, impacts of assessments on students, schools, districts, and communities, the definition and determinants of effectiveness, and then lastly, re-envisioning assessment use in the future, strategies to support positive student outcomes. And so we had young people talk about, their experiences with standardized testing, their anxiety. I remember my oldest child was at, I think he was in 7th grade, and I remember the teacher calling me to say, oh, he didn't do well on this test. And I said, well, he just buried his grandfather, yesterday. So that has an impact on, how young people test as well, what's going on with them. And then the methodology, they use topics and coding scheme from protocols. They revised coding schemes. They looked at transcripts, and on and on and on. So I'm going to wrap this up, and I'll give you guys a copy of this. I thought it was really good. So they did a deep dive into bias and standardized testing. They measured the knowledge about white culture. They felt which did not adequately account for learning differences and accommodations for students with disabilities, and measured test-taking ability and preparation. So the takeaway, from this conference was that you can't use just a standardized testing as the only method of validity to assess where students are. Generally, when we do SATs, for example, we look at SATs to predict how well a student will do if they will finish college, for example. And so nowadays, many of your colleges and universities are throwing those away because they realize that SATs aren't everything or your ACTs aren't everything. They're looking at, community services, they're looking at integrity of students, they're looking at what they learn and thinking outside of the box. So they went into, this is one parent, and I'm going to close. This parent said, when we think about the strengths that our students bring, that's never captured in that. And it's, can you answer this question a specific way? And do you understand the context of what that question is asking? Who has more access because of the context that's provided? And so I think they often just will get scores that don't show that. It doesn't connect with a lot of what we know all our students can produce, and we see more of it in the classroom than we do on the standardized assessments, and that was from a parent.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Mr. Scott?
Thank you, President Petrucci. So on September 14th, the Educational Support Committee met, and we had a presentation on results of the Youth Risk Behavior Survey from 2021. The survey includes questions from the CDC and is conducted every 2 years with middle and high school students. From the results, as most can predict, there was a strong relationship between poor academic performance, poor self-perception, adverse and traumatic life events, substance use, and risky sexual and violent behavior. For middle school, what was going well, mental health use and awareness decreased, abuse of prescription pain medication, also a concern, that increased. For high school, going well, also lower tobacco, alcohol, and marijuana use, fewer students reporting reporting that they've experienced violence and bullying on school property. In need of improvement, increase in poor mental health, sexual abuse and violence remains high, negative perception of self, also an area of concern. The impact of COVID was also analyzed, and for those that had concerns or were impacted most by COVID, poor mental health and self-perception, substance use, and violence and bullying were associated with this. We discussed how we should be taking the survey results, analyzing by school, and strategically and equitably delivering intervention linked to those results from the survey. Our next committee meeting, Educational Support Committee meeting, on October 12th, will include a presentation from Buffalo Prep. The district is preparing to expand its relationship with Buffalo Prep. It's an after-school and summer enrichment program for underrepresented students, and the partnership will focus on increasing diversity in our enrollments at criterion-based schools. Last update, we had a charter school hearing, and just briefly on a high level, want to just note that we had Brick Charter School present to us. This is their second presentation to us. They were forced by SUNY to withdraw their application in 2021 for a Buffalo charter. They were also denied an application in 2018 and 2019 by SUNY to start a charter school in South Bronx. They were not able to identify an unmet need that they would address, that their charter would address, which is required in the state statute for charter schools. Their awareness and understanding of special education and addressing special education students on a continuum was lacking again, and it was really obvious that they were unaware of their responsibility to find and educate and service our English language learners. Some of the data that they presented in their presentation was out of context or extremely inflated. And just some financial data, if they were to be granted their charter over 5 years, there's an estimate that this would cost Buffalo Public Schools $21.5 million. It would be operated by a charter management organization, which we only have one charter in Buffalo that currently has a charter management organization, and profits of $2.4 million in 5 years would go directly to this charter management organization. Last thing I would just mention is this is an organization that is from New Jersey, out of town, not from Buffalo. There are 2 members that are part of the application who are connected to Buffalo. I think they mean well. They want to do something to help our students. But when we ask questions, 95% of those were answered by 3 individuals that are not from Buffalo, have no history or connection to Buffalo. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Board Member Woods?
Is it working? Okay. Well, I bring you greetings from Egypt, the Holy Land, and Jordan. I had a wonderful vacation for 2 weeks. While I was out, I still made sure that my school, Herman Balladio School, got its school signs painted. The principal thanked me as soon as I got back. I arrived back on the first day of schools. Immediately, parents started calling me with problems. So it's wonderful to be back. On September 14th, a couple of days after I got back, we had a finance and ops meeting, and we had very important materials to cover, like our capital budget update, how we're going to repair our buildings and be able to continue to maintain and service our students and get more students into Bennett and other schools, and that's a very important priority. There was a presentation on relocating the commissary that is in the current package. That was a very thorough presentation. Our ESSER funds are being utilized. The Buffalo School District is ahead of the curve. Other school districts are only able to use 15% of the ARC ESSER funds, but we have committed 51% of ours. So we are using the funds and engaging the community thanks to our outreach from our new superintendent. And there are a number of items that are ARC ESSER monies that are included in this budget package, including $360,000 for the Safe Passage program for Mr. What's his name? Who's doing our programs in our schools, Reverend Giles. They're doing Safe Passage for our children, and I'm really proud that we're using our ARC ESSER funds so expeditiously. Before I left, I met with the Transportation Committee, and I'm proud to see that that proposal is also here on our agenda. We're moving forward. I did meet with Citizen Action Committee, and they are concerned, and I'm going to be working with them to make sure the code of conduct, the new one, is equitably implemented through all of our schools. That's a real concern of theirs. I also listened to and attended the charter school presentation, and with 1/3 of our students already enrolled in charter schools, Buffalo is overloaded with charter schools, so I'm really glad we're not going to be recommending tons more. Other than that, I'm just glad to be back, and that's my report.
Thank you very much for your report. Representative Belton Cotman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I filled in the gap for Honorable Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, Chairperson of Student Achievement. We had the honor of having our Chief Academic Officer, Ann Betticelli, present our elaborate document, our success plan for 2022-2025. It's a very comprehensive document, one-stop plan, and it's designed to keep our parents and our teachers informed. The purpose of the document is to establish BPS's instructional therapy of action, also to inform stakeholders of current and upcoming initiatives. Additionally, create a comprehensive narrative to connect initiatives and beliefs, and to establish shared language to discuss these initiatives. And Chief Academic Officer Betticelli shared that this is a living document and it will be revisited for periodic reviews and revisions, that we hope as a district that this plan will provide families, students, and school staff with clear guidance and expectations for rich classroom instruction, and it's connected to our strategic plan commitment 1.4. What was beautiful about this is Chief Academic Officer Betticelli connected this to the superintendent's big rocks as well as her 5 goals by 25. And once this document is posted, and we've got to say, we were very taken back by it. We loved it. We were very impressed with it. We could tell that it was a collective effort from more than one of our partners within our district on every level. We were very impressed with it, and we're pleased to see that this is the direction that our new superintendent is taking our school district into procedural manuals, guidelines, trying to set up tools that can be used as in most formal organizations. And this is what new leadership looks like in the city of Buffalo. And I want to thank Dr. Williams as well as Chief Academic Officer Betticelli and all the other people who work with this, because obviously this was a team effort, and I don't want to leave anyone out. But once this is posted, I'm afraid somebody's going to try to plagiarize our document. You know what I mean? But you didn't hear it from me, but Buffalo is leading the way. Anyway, I'd like to also share with you some of the things that I did as a Ferry School Board member. I attended Bennett's redesign team meeting in August. I'm trying to be real brief. I was proud to attend all 3 sessions of the Buffalo Public Schools Administrators Institute for 2022 at McKinley. All I can tell you is that staff knocked it out of the park. It was just a beautifully prepared event. A lot of planning went into it, and I was excited about it. I think one of the reasons that I went all 3 days is because I really wanted to know what our administrators were being taught and trained, just to have an idea of what the expectations were for them. Let's see, on the 26th, I attended the State of the School address at City Honors. There were several board members there. Mr. Scott was there. Kathy Evans Brown was there. Wasn't she? And our president, Mr. Petrucci, was there. And I don't think I've forgotten Terrence Hurd. Were you there? Terrence Hurd was there. And again, an example of what true leadership looks like. You know, true leadership is going on in this district. I just love it. I attended a transportation committee meeting toward the end of August, and I took a trip over along with our president to Bishop Timon High School. We were really well welcomed there. We learned about some new initiatives that I'm not choosing at this point to talk about. And we were proud to be invited. And needless to say that the head of Bishop Timon is a Buffalo High School graduate, and he was glad, and he will be glad to be a part of anything that we move forward as a result of that meeting. I want to thank Mr. Petrucci. It was a last-minute invite, and he stopped what he was doing, and he got over there, and he really represented us well. So thank you so much. I had the pleasure of meeting the new president of Canisius College with my Hamlin Park Taxpayers Association at the beginning of the month. I am looking forward to having additional conversations with him in regards to how we can work together in the near future. I visited on the 9th of September School 131 over at Louisiana, the old School 4 building, Louisiana and South Park. I need to go on record to say I will be visiting that school on a regular basis. It is a school that I will be working with. One of the things I am asking that happens at that school, and I want it to be a public record, that the office, the front office, be opened up so that the school can use the front office and stop allowing it to be used as a locker room. We need the space in the building, and we need to expand that. And there's no excuse for our children to be on top of each other, and people are using our offices, upwards of, I think, 5 or 6, maybe even more than that in this building, and our children are on top of each other. So 131, I will be over there on a regular basis. I attended the Big 5 meeting. I had my first meeting as chair of that committee, and we are moving forward with the agendas. If there's anything that you think that we should do, please let us know. I can tell you that my concern is to focus in on charter schools as well as the New York State Athletic Association, because we are having similar concerns throughout the Big 5. I met this week with the president of Villa Maria, and it was a very enlightening meeting. Believe it or not, Villa Maria has a lot of the computer programs that will meet our children where they are. And so for me, that's what education is about, finding where our children are and taking them to the next level. As my grandson said to me when he was a little boy and I went out and bought him some gaming toys, "Nana, people are going to be paid for doing this in the future." He reminded me of that, and he is now a junior in college. But he said, "Nana, I told you." So I want to see us grow that relationship with Villa Maria, because I think it will engage our children and allow them to have some very nice, decent paying jobs. I am going to attend on Friday, and I invite everyone else to attend. Our Bennett High School is having a kickoff with their new stadium. It's going to start at 5 o'clock. Fun, games, and food for everyone from 5 to 6:30. At 6:30, they're going to have a pep rally, and everyone is invited to come and visit over there. On 9/19, I attended the New York State School Boards Association committee meeting for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I want you guys to know that the meeting that we did back in July was reviewed by the Board of Directors for New York State School Board Association, and they accepted 4 of our initiatives, which I will be happy to share at another time when time permits. And basically, we have a fundraiser that is going on at Bennett High School, at Burgard High School. This summer, the young people built benches, handmade benches out of steel, and there are approximately 7 of them. Burgard's colors are red, white, and blue, as you might have seen it tied into the Buffalo Bills thing. And the benches are selling for $200. The money will be used to replace material and to possibly continue this opportunity. they are also doing other small things like the bulldogs and different metal welding devices. So what I'm hoping to do with this is to get an entrepreneurship program going where they use material, sell it, and ultimately I'd like for us to be, Madam Superintendent, at the Arts Festival next year, Allentown Arts Festival, showing our works at Burgard. I keep saying Bennett because they just run together. I treat them the same. My apologies for that, but I'm certainly sure that the Tigers and the Bulldogs are not the same. You better know that. Thank you, Mr. President. It's late. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cotman. Yes, Sharon, you saved me from remodeling my kitchen for the Time-In event, so it was a good phone call. I have a couple things. First and foremost, it's my honor to announce that Dr. Williams, the lady to my right, will be receiving the Mayor's Youth Award at this year's Black Achievers Gala. So I just wanted everyone to know. So if you have the opportunity, please attend. We bought a table and help Dr. Williams celebrate her achievement. We did. A couple things. On the 30th, I don't know how many of you here in the audience are familiar with Willie Evans. Willie was a coach, teacher, worked in our athletic department. He was also a member of the UB football team that turned out a bowl game because they weren't going to treat Mr. Evans the same as all the other players. So they're naming a square out. They're naming a square up at UB North for him on the 30th. And Mr. Evans was one of my teachers and coaches, and he was an excellent coach. So I wanted to put that out there just so that everyone's aware. On the 24th, this Saturday, I'm speaking at Electrify Buffalo 2.0 about the district's efforts to increase green energy and green initiatives and various electrification initiatives that are going on in the district. So that'll actually be good because I know our plant service department has made great strides. Last Saturday, myself, Terrence, and Ann attended the Hilbert Gala, which gave us an opportunity, a platform to sing the praises of the district and the great things we're doing and hopefully form some stronger partnerships going forward. I did participate with some of my colleagues on the opening day celebration. I thought it went very well as we visited a variety of different schools across the district. I attended the backpack giveaway with Jen, and I tried to do the one the week before with Councilmember Mitch Nowakowski and Erie County Legislator Howard Johnson. But before I got there, they had given away all the backpacks, so I was notified not to come. I participated in a fundraiser for City Honors Baseball. Hopefully that they will be able to achieve some of the great things this year that they did last year. I've been driving by and talking to parents. Occasionally I'm out jogging just to see what type of transportation issues they're having, because I see them on the corners with the phone waiting, and I'll say, I'm not just a sweaty guy running by, I'm also the board president. Hey, is there a delay? You know, I'm on my second round, and I see you're still standing there. And I'm getting good and bad feedback, you know, what they like, what they don't like. I will say that driving by in the morning in Southside is always I'll say a well-orchestrated ballet of cars and individuals and buses coming and going. And there have been 2 crossing guards there lately trying to coordinate things. But you need 2 crossing guards because it is very busy there. So that was good to see. Because it's across my street and because of my strong family connections, I did attend an event for Mount Mercy Academy Athletics where they were trying to raise some money to supplement. They have a different set of problems, Terrence, than we do. I participated in the Transportation Committee on a few different opportunities, and I was only able to do one day of the BPS Administrators Retreat, but I did get a nice t-shirt tonight. So this is a busy, busy time of the year for all of us, and it's good to see everyone going out and being active and engaged in the respective communities. So thank you. That concludes our committee reports for this evening. May I have a motion to accept the consent agenda? So moved by Kathy Evans-Brown with a second from Paulette Woods, fresh from the Middle East. With that being said, let's see what we have with respect to questions on our exception list. The first one I have is...
Board President Petrucci?
Yes.
I'd just like to note and ask for the board's consent per our discussion to pull 9D, line 2.
9D, line 2, we are pulling.
Yes. Pending my continued work on that item.
Okay. And Nate, my computer died. Could you tell me what item 9D, line 2 is?
Resignation of our chief financial officer.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. So noted that the agenda has been amended. Which brings us to 11D. We have a series of questions regarding, under Educational Affairs, Consultant Contract Services, the Parent Transportation Reimbursement Program Pilot. The first person having questions is Board Member Terrence Hurd.
Thank you, President Petruski. I just had a couple of questions. I received a number of phone calls, and I think the board received a numerous amount of emails, as I did, about the transportation issue. And I'm just seeing things, people calling and say it's supposed to cost us $1 million or $1.5 million. Others are saying that it's not allowing for enough parents to indulge in the program. So just to clear up some of the facts, I would like to see somebody present on what's detailed in this recommendation, and for the board to vote on, just so that the community can get a clear understanding of how much it's going to cost and what's the reimbursement rate per mile, and how many miles they got to be away from the home to receive this. So this is a couple of questions that's all tied together, and I'm sure the board members got some questions to add to it.
We can absolutely do a presentation, perhaps at one of the upcoming committee meetings in October. We could do that.
Okay, thank you, President Petrucci and Superintendent Williams.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hurd. Next up is Dr. Rivera had to excuse herself. Next up is Mr. Scott.
Thank you, President Petrucci. So I'm not looking for a heated debate over this, and my opposition to this may be, I may be the only board member that's opposed to moving forward on this. I respect the perspectives of other board members that may be in support of this, but based on what I know and what I'm seeing, I can't support it. I know that we continue to have a crisis with our driver shortage, and we need to find or try to think outside the box to rectify this, but I cannot stomach just throwing money at something that is not proven and that is costly. The contract that's on the agenda that struck me as a surprise is almost $1 million, and I didn't have information from the survey until late this afternoon. It was only from a news story that I found out that from the survey, less than 5% of respondents on our transportation survey would commit to driving their kids to school. So with those unanswered questions, I still cannot support it. For example, just to highlight, First Student, we have a contract with them. They are responsible for providing the service. We pay them almost $50 million per year to transport our students. $120 million they made in profit last year, $9 million from us directly from Buffalo Public Schools last year. So that's where I can't support throwing more money at this problem. We agreed to bonuses for drivers, sign-on bonuses, increasing their raises. We cut, I don't know how many routes, but well over 100 routes. I know this is a major national crisis that everybody is struggling with, but I think First Student somehow needs to live up to their responsibility to provide this service and fulfill their commitment. Or there needs to be some sort of repercussions if they're not able to fulfill it. So from the survey that I received, we aren't able to figure out who is currently using bus transportation will actually commit to this reimbursement and what their socioeconomic background is. So without knowing that, we don't know how many more students are going to, that are currently using bus transportation, will end up driving their kids to school and be interested in this reimbursement. The survey results did not clarify or make that known. What I did learn from the survey results is that almost 60% of the respondents on the survey come from 9 different school locations, all but one of which fall below the average percentage of those that are economically disadvantaged citywide, which is an average of 81%. So I'll break down those schools, or the respondent locations. So number 1 was charter schools and private schools combined at 421 total respondents. City Honors was number 2, 372. Their economically disadvantaged rate is 57%. Olmsted 64, which has a neighborhood preference, they were third at 326. Their ED is 28%. Olmsted 156 is number 4. Bennett Park, number 5. Lorraine, number 6. School 81, number 7. Discovery, number 8. Also has a neighborhood preference. So when I see that data, based on what we know from that survey, it appears as if those that have the means to drive their kids to school, many of which are probably already doing it, are the ones that likely responded on the survey and want the reimbursement, those that need it least. So without more information, I don't believe this is responsible policy. I don't think it's socially responsible. I don't think it's fiscally responsible. Based on the little that we know, I feel strongly that this will help those that, or won't help those that need it most. And it will do almost nothing to address the driver shortage and the crisis that we have with our transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Does anyone else have any questions or comments before I do? Board Member Cotman?
Someone who took the time this summer to listen in on the conversations that were being held in regards to transportation, and to just recently have a parent to tell us to think out of the box and start moving things in a different way. Bottom line is that our understanding, or my understanding from the committee, was that we were facing a shortage in roughly 70 bus drivers in any given day, particularly in the winter. That children were standing on the corner for upwards of 2.5 hours before they were getting picked up, and buses were not coming. And additionally, attendance was poor with those children who were not being picked up. So this is an attempt to try a pilot program. I was not pleased that it was only limited to 1,500, and I still am not, because that includes charter school children, it includes non-agency, and it includes our children, and I don't feel that that's adequate. And my understanding is that if it needs to expand, it will. But to not address the problem is not acceptable. Not to try new things is not acceptable. And to allow children to stand out in the cold where buses do not appear is not acceptable. Now, I wrote the first resolution about reimbursing parents. That was back in January or last fall or somewhere toward there, last winter. And this is an attempt to try to fix it. It is educationally negligent to allow children to stand on a corner and the bus never comes, or for them not to get to school until 10:30. The survey reflects one of the biggest turnouts as far as a survey that this district has ever had, and very few people knew about it. So it was even, for the committee, it was even interesting to say that more than likely it would be even larger. So at this point, because I'm not going to let my grandkids stand on the corner. See, I'm going to move my schedule around, and I'm going to make sure mine get to school, because I have a car, if I have to. Everyone doesn't have that luxury. So if we can take some of the burden off of the transportation system and allow more buses available for the children whose parents don't have cars and who can't get their kids to school, that's fine with me. And anything short of trying new things, after sitting here watching and allowing up to 3,000 kids a day not being picked up or getting home as late as 7:30, 8 o'clock at night without coming up with solutions, is irresponsibility. And I won't be a part of that. So at least this is an attempt to try to make a difference. We don't know if it will be a success. I think personally the dollar amounts are large, but when first student does not pick up children, they do not get paid. So that money is available. The other piece to that is that Mr. Spadell was kind enough to find out that one of the reasons we were having a major problem with first student, who I agree with you, Mr. Scott, that they are responsible for this situation. However, it doesn't mean anything if the children aren't getting picked up. Mr. Spadell was kind enough to find out that they weren't even allowing the suburban bus drivers to drive, sign up to drive our children. As a result of his exposure, his transparency, we were able to at least now get the suburban drivers to, after they've run their run, to come in and work with us to get overtime. So this is an attempt to try to make a way. And anything short of this is criminal, because we are responsible for children when they leave the house to when they get back home. And frostbite is not in the equation, not for me. And children not getting to school is not in the equation. So I'm through with people not understanding that everybody does not have the same resources and that we have to do things differently. And this is an attempt to do something differently. And whether it's a success or not, nothing beats a failure but a try. And so that's where I come from with that. And I appointed myself to attend the Transportation Committee. Okay, I made sure I got in because I wanted to make sure that that this was addressed. Okay, and so I appreciate the work that Mr. Rodriguez did. He was phenomenal. I hate to see him leave our district, but God bless him with whatever he chooses to do with his life. It's his prerogative. But he tried to dot every I and cross every T to make sure that we did come up with something. And there are other things that are on the table that we can possibly try. But not to try something is not in the equation. Not this time around. As the speaker said today, we had a year and a summer to fix this. Okay, and this is an attempt. So anything short of that is unacceptable. I don't want one more child standing on the corner and not making it to school on time. I don't know how many kids I've kept warm in my car over the past year, or taken to school because they've been out there waiting on a bus that never came. Okay, that's what you do when you are trying to make sure children get to school in my neighborhood. So thank you. I appreciate the effort, and at least they're trying to do something. Thank you.
Yes, Miss. Oh, do you want to go first, Kathy, and I can hand this over to
Sure,
Jack?
mine is short. I like the idea that we're looking at a pilot. That's the only way you're going to know if it's going to work. And so when I looked at the pilot and looked at money, $800,000 earmarked for the pilot, not meaning that it's going to be used, you know, again, I think you have to start somewhere. We do pilots all the time. Some are, hopefully this one is successful, and some aren't successful. But we start somewhere. It's thinking outside the box.
So my issue with this whole thing is the reason why I asked to have this table to begin with, is that there's an equity piece that's missing. We're talking about the students that'll be cold on the corners that clearly will not be the students of the parents who can drive their children to school. That will be the students who do not have the transportation to be able to get to school. I would be so in support of, and the reason why I said let's table it, this is not don't take the idea off the table. Let's figure it out. Let's expand on it. And it literally is the same exact idea that was presented from the beginning. So I wanted to see things like how can we look into bus routes and see what other students are at the same stops that people have cars, and maybe if the bus doesn't show, that parent can take those students as well. Maybe that's the way we pay them. But I haven't heard any alternatives. And I'm not saying that this is a horrible idea. I'm saying that you're paying parents to take their children who those children will not be. And I'm one of those parents. If my son's bus does not show, I'm driving him to school. And I have permission from 3 other kids that are on that block, on that same bus stop, to take their parent, to take them to school, because they do not have a car. So I understand that, but the reasoning behind students are on the corner cold, if you're a parent and you're taking your child to school, that child is not the one sitting on the bus stop cold. So and you make way and you do what you have to do, but you have that transportation. I am really worried and concerned about how we move forward. If we pass this tonight, I would really like to see Dr. Williams, Dr. Reynolds, more conversation around how we address the other issues, because I haven't heard that. That was my only concern. It's still my concern. I have not heard that. I truly feel as though, this is outside the box. This is outside thinking. They've done it before in other areas. I'm not saying it's not a horrible idea, but you have to look at the whole spectrum. We focus on equity with everything that we do. And for some reason, we're concentrating on those who have right now, and the ones who do not have, the ones whose parents are gonna have to be late for work, be financially burdened, have to pay an Uber, have to pay a bus, have to pay a friend to take their child to school. That child, if you have 4 kids at a bus stop and 3 of them don't have transportation, that's a possible 3 absences right there. Not the child whose parent is gonna take them to school, but the ones who doesn't have transportation. That is my concern. So I would like to see something moving forward. Whatever happens tonight, I would really like to see something moving forward along the lines of how we address the students that will really be on those corners cold, the ones who do not have transportation.
Thank you, Ms. McCosey. Mr. Hurd, do you have another question?
Yes, just a comment. My question earlier was about how this will work, but this district has to think out of the box. That term just keep coming up more and more, out of the box thinking, what our possibilities can be in our future. And we ought to be innovative also. We got parents who has the ability to drive children to school. And I think with this program, I believe that, from parents I spoke with in my community, they want to take their neighbor kids to school also. And in my community, they look out for one another, to where one parent would be on the corner with their children and the other children that's on the block also. They form families. And I believe if a parent can take their child to school or help with other children, it would be cost less for our district. Because if one parent maybe, take the liability and take 2 or 3 kids to school that's their friends, I think that will cost us less overall for transportation, because we would be reimbursed by a first student who we have the contract with. So this is a cost effective way that we can save money and also get children to school on time. This also affect some of the parents I spoke with about children with disabilities who's scared to be on buses, or may affect bullying. This will help us in our absenteeism within our schools. So if we can find a way to get kids in school on time and not standing out in the cold, and how effective is that first or second period class when a child come in late from standing outside in the snow and they're cold, trying to sit in the classroom, trying to learn math at 9 o'clock in the morning, 8:30 in the morning. When children are rushed because they can't make it on time for breakfast, and and they're going to classroom without eating because they came in late waiting on buses. So this affects my community, and I'm going to support this because there's so many other criteria that this may help some of our children perform better and get to school, not drop out of school, and not be late for that first, second period class. Also, we talking about the survey that was filled out. Most of the people didn't fill that survey out. Most of the people didn't take notice to that survey that went. I know the district did a great job pushing this survey out and pushing out, but most parents don't look at the Buffalo Public School website to look for surveys. So a lot of parents don't have cell phones or the ability to get online or use access to the web. So something like this would be foreign to them. So, and a lot of our children are being raised by their grandparents who don't understand technology. It's so many different variations here that it would be foolish not to help support this, to think out of the box to see what we can do. And I know, Larry, Mr. Scott, that you put a resolution in last year, I believe it was for shovel corners for the city of Buffalo. And I believe we approved that resolution that you put that the city of Buffalo has to shovel their corners where the bus stops are at. That's correct? That hasn't been done. We can write 30, 40, 50 resolutions stating that, but it hasn't been done.
This isn't a resolution, this is a contract.
I know this is a contract, but their resolution, those corners are still blighted by large snowbanks and ice and snow drifts. So the children are still standing in the same conditions that they've been standing in before. So this is a safety issue also, that if these kids get to school safe, that this is something we should consider because of the safety in it. And so when the number of phone calls I received from parents and the reimbursement we get back from the transportation for not picking children up, and that money's going over to these parents who would get up that will try to transport these children to school safely and back from safely. And also, this affects us with our after-school sports programs also, and our modified sports program. So it's all tied into one, and I don't think it'd be foolish for anyone not to take a dive into this and see what it can happen and what good this measure can bring to the district and our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Yes, Ms. Woods.
Finance Officer, Mr. Barnes. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe part of our savings surplus was 14 million of that direct savings because of transportation. So let's put this in perspective.
Well, we have a new thing called the microphone, Mr. Barnes. It works very well.
Yes, but, yes, we spent about 14, 15 million less than we had budgeted originally.
Okay. So when we're talking about spending 800,000, not even a million, and serving estimated 1,500 children, the perspective is we have $14 million that we're saving in transportation that's not being spent. So as long as this is a reimbursable item, 800,000 is not a significant figure.
Yes, the full analysis would include this year we would say we'd spend $14, $15 million less. Next year, our revenues are that much, are 90% of that less.
Okay. My other point in looking at this problem of transportation, besides the suffering of the children who aren't getting breakfast, missing a first class, not getting an adequate education. My other observation is that the Transportation Committee specifically said to parents, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that, that for parents who don't have cars, they can have someone designated to drive their child to school, cousin, nephew, whatever. They sign the form and provide transportation. Is that?
No.
Not under that?
No. May I provide a clarity on a few points that have been raised? Mr. Scott, I just want you to be aware, the survey that you're referencing, that was the initial survey simply to determine the potential feasibility of exploring the next step. We're at the stage now, and based upon the 25% of the respondents, approximately 4,089 families did respond. About 49% of them said at that point, given the information that they had at the time, that they would either opt out or participate in the program, or maybe. So we had enough, we felt comfortable enough in moving to the next phase, and that's where we are right now. No one's been selected at this point. So the next step is for the committee to conduct informationals, because we want families to be clear on what the program would entail. So we would conduct a series of informational meetings. We would then subsequently open the enrollment period. So after they're really clear about what the program would entail, they would then be able to select whether they want to participate. So if they are a BPS if they're eligible to receive BPS yellow bus transportation, they're eligible to participate in the program. They don't have to. So after the enrollment period concludes, and we're going to keep the window period open for 2 weeks, then we're going to share that data with the transportation department so that they can do a deep dive to determine the extent to which it will be impactful. Because if not, we may have to pause. So we're only moving forward after we receive the data. Once the data has been analyzed, if it is impactful, if it will allow for decreased time that students are on the bus, if it will result in the elimination of buses and routes. So we're just not there yet. We're still in an informational gathering stage. So I just wanted that point to be made, because the news story that ran, I'm not sure where they got the information from. There were facts that were misconstrued.
Okay, I just want to finish the questions that I wanted to point out. It is very important to the parents in this community. We're constantly communicating with them. They're calling. The winter is coming. They are demanding that we do something. And it is really important that we understand that there's a difference between equality, giving everybody, solving every problem, and everybody gets the same thing, and equity. Equity means that we do something. Equity means that we start solving some of the problem and giving these children who are standing on a bus stop, can't get there, giving them an alternative. It does not mean you do nothing if you can't give everybody the same thing. That's equality. So let's start dealing with equity, getting something done, helping these children, listening to our parents, and showing that we give a darn. Because I'm not going to go through another winter of having to pick up kids from my street and my block and having parents calling me with us fully knowing that there's no buses coming because we have a shortage of bus drivers. It is a liability issue. One child will cost more than this whole pilot program if that child gets gets hit, or gets hurt. I will not be negligent. I don't expect this board to be negligent. And I don't expect anybody to tell me you can't start to take a step to do nothing in the name of whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scott?
Just for clarification, so Dr. Reynolds, on that 49%, I think he said around 49%, said that they would commit or be a maybe, yeah, a yes or a maybe to being reimbursed. Do we know how many of those that are currently driving their children to school? And that, yes, do we know that answer?
We don't.
Okay.
We don't.
And that group, that percentage, if you were to factor it into all the parents district-wide, which I didn't even calculate charter and private, it is less than 5% of the parents that are responding in this manner. So, but the other question I have, if there is further data collection, more information that needs to be shared, gained, how come, it seems like we're putting the cart before the horse. How come then we would approve a contract before we have that information? Then we could move forward, and maybe it would turn out to be more than 1,500 parents, to Board Member Cottman's point.
Well, we felt that it was important to put the board recommendation on the September agenda, because our hope, if all works out well, is that we'll be able to implement the program by the second week of November. So we didn't want to wait until the October board meeting.
Thank you.
There was a program that said, if you build it, they will come. Anybody heard of that? That we have the need, we have the parents calling. We have the problem. It's a sizable problem. It's significantly larger than 1,500. The respondents was 4,000. And of that, maybe it was 1,200, I believe, that said that they weren't in the system, so they couldn't count. But that still left like 2,700 children that are on buses right now whose parents said they're interested. If even half of those children signed up, we would hit the parameters in your target program. So if those are the facts, why can't we act?
Thank you, Ms. Woods. So now I have a few questions. So I'm the person who wrote the second resolution and spoke to SED and a bunch of other people. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we would be the first district to implement a program of this scope in New York State.
That's correct.
So one of the things that I'm concerned about, and I know we've tossed winter out, winter seems to be like a theme of this transportation discussion this evening, but we do need to have something, and that is my fear, because in winter we do not, that's when we drop off a number of drivers and routes, and there's delays and all those additional things that come along. So my hope was that we would have, and same thing I've advocated for all along, is a multi-prong approach. And that's really what, and part of it is student placement, part of it is bus passes or some other means for parents that do not own vehicles, because like Jen, I share that concern as well. I know that that was one of the things that we had discussed at one point. And the other thing that I know where we have a dearth of drivers is for the smaller buses that serve our special needs population. And I didn't really see that kind of differentiated out. And I know from my discussions that that's probably the lowest hanging fruit, that based upon there are many programs and districts that actually do that presently, and that would be an easy ask of the State Education Department.
Yes, President Petrucci, just by way of reminder, this option is one of 4. So it is not the only option. It is one of the options that we're hoping to advance to the next level, if possible.
Second, last I heard, and again, you can correct me, that we haven't exactly been reassured from the State Education Department as to whether or not they're going to reimburse us for this program.
That's correct.
Yeah, no definitive answer.
Right, that was my understanding as well. They, again, based upon my discussion, some of the 4 options they made, but this one they were kind of lukewarm on, I'll put it that way. It wasn't a yes, it wasn't a no, but it definitely was kind of lukewarm. The other thing that just based upon, I know that we've identified a company that could implement the reimbursements, which is wonderful, which expedites the process. But a large part of that, and where I'm not quite sure, is the audits, because there's going to have to be some auditing of the system. And I just be concerned if we're going to have someone that needs to audit 1,500 different checks on some routine basis. I mean, that there still is going to be some component of the district and some additional responsibilities that we're going to be responsible for going forward.
I can't speak to the audit. We would need a BPS staff member who would be monitoring, because the families would only be reimbursed for the days that they actually transport their kids. And so there would be a BPS staff member who would be responsible for monitoring the attendance daily.
Correct. And you also, I know that when we looked at many of these programs across the nation, because this was brought up earlier about attendance, there's normally some type of attendance clause attached to this too, that the student needs to attend a certain number of days for you to be reimbursed or to participate in the program, that they wanted 70, 80%, whatever the attendance rate is that they set.
That clause had not been discussed with the committee, but certainly it's something that the committee can explore and consider.
And last, if the board was to find that there isn't widespread interest or there's a tremendous amount of interest, could we either end the program or modify the scope, number of people that could participate?
We absolutely could. Again, by approving the board recommendation does not mean that we're going to enter into a contract. We will potentially move to the next phase, conduct informational meetings, open the open enrollment period, allow an opportunity, promote it, make sure we get the word out so that all families know that they have the opportunity to enroll in the program. Take the data, share with the transportation department, and let's hear from the transportation department in terms of the potential impact that it will make. If it's impactful, I would imagine that everyone at the table would want to move forward with the contract and with the program. If it's not impactful, we certainly are not in the business of just simply giving out money. So of course we would, and I can't speak for the committee, I'm one of a 30+ member committee, but I would imagine that if it's not impactful, we wouldn't move forward.
Or we'd find another solution, because we do need to, and there is either a desire or not a desire to proceed forward. Is this matter going to come back to the board again, or is this just going to be kind of hanging out there?
What would be your pleasure?
I mean, just because we're going to put this money out there, and then we would either have to vote to expand it, disable it, modify it to our means, whatever it may be, because we still don't have all the information yet.
We don't.
Yeah.
You think it would go to educational support at a committee meeting?
I wasn't sure of education support or operations, Sharon. I've been going back and forth.
Operations?
Because it is an operational, it's transportation. Yeah. Okay.
Would the board like a presentation at the October Ops meeting, Finance and Ops?
I
Committee
believe we
meeting?
need one.
After you pass, okay.
Are there any other questions? Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, I see you reaching for the mic.
So it certainly sounds like, Dr. Reynolds, there will be ongoing updates to the board.
Certainly.
Yeah. So it makes sense to earmark this particular pilot. Pilots are meant to be just that, and you tweak it, right? If it's not working, you do something else, but you have to keep the lines of communication open. It's not like, this is done in secret. We're talking a lot of money. We talk about children's lives, their safety, et cetera. So we're doing something about transportation.
Okay. Any other questions? Going once, going twice. Okay, thank you very much. Our next item before the board where we have questions on the subject matter is Ms. Belton Cobman under 19, the AR plan, ESSER 2, ESSER 3 Educational and Business Affairs. Item E, the Academy School 131 at 86, school relocation in parentheses, Crown Castle Fiber LLC.
Well, my question is a general question, and it can be answered at a later date, but I don't believe that it was ever put before the board the total rehab cost of this project. And my concern, as I've expressed to our acting CFO, anytime that I see the use of emergency options, I get concerned. So I just feel that I don't believe that it was ever presented to the board the total rehab costs. And I'd like to make sure that the board is aware of what the costs are going to be associated with that. That's the reason for that. That's all. It doesn't have to be answered now. Thank you.
The emergency approval was made, and these board recommendations are for the total sum of work being done at School 86.
Oh, this is the total?
Yes, those sum of recommendations are for all of the contracted work under that emergency authorization.
Okay, and the school will be remodeled, totally remodeled after that?
It will be suitable for occupancy.
Right, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the distinction between suitable for occupancy and completely remodeled. 19, ARP plan, ESSER 2, ESSER 3 Educational and Business Fairs. Item I, 2223 Safe Passage Program. Question by Board Member Belton Cotman.
So the reason that I highlighted this and wanted this to be brought out at the board meeting is that you may remember when we started talking to the city to ask them to pay us interest on our money that they are holding. Hefty sum at this point. And the city came back and said that they were paying $250,000 for safe passage for us. And so my question is that if the city is paying $250,000 and we're paying $300,000 plus, I want to know if what's going on here. That was one of the explanations that was given to the district for not receiving interest on their money. And I want that looked into. I want to know, what is the city doing? How is in their budget, what are they providing for safe passage? Because yeah, we can't have a scenario where the city is telling us they're giving the money for safe passage, and then we're also spending money for safe passage. So I need it broken down and cleared about what's going on with that. And I think at this point, in addition to that, we need to have a breakdown of what's going on with safe passage. I'm not sure how many people are involved in it. I'm not sure what schools it's at. I don't have anything, but I can tell you this much. If the city said that they are sponsoring or supporting this organization with $250,000 as a benefit to us, I want to know if that's true, and I want us to take a look at that. That's my reason for pointing that out.
I'll check into that.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions or comments about the item before we move on to
But
the
I
next?
do think we need to move forward with talking about getting some interest off on our money.
Yes, we never finalized that, Sharon. For item under 19N, say yes, near peer. Again, Ms. Belton Cotman.
Quick question. Is the money being provided here just for Buffalo Public School children, or as is referenced in the definitions or explanations that is for, it also includes possibly charter schools? I want to know if what's going on in this as far as how this money is being distributed. It doesn't have to be done today, but I'm going to keep an eye on that because I want to, it was not clearly defined in the explanation as to what's the impact for Buffalo Public School children. It was lumped together, and I want to see if it's benefiting us and how it's benefiting us. There should be enough data at this point to at least differentiate our data out of that, and we can have a clear understanding of what's happening under this program for our children. Buffalo Public School children is what we are focused on.
I would say probably the best is to have Say Yes and the Near Peer program presented, maybe Educational Affairs, because they can break it down exactly who's being supported, where the mentors are coming from, because the mentors will all be Buffalo Public School graduates who are currently in college programs, and they'll be working with the Buffalo Public School students, but we can have an exact breakdown.
I'm just concerned with our student data, and they don't. It can be in a report. It doesn't have to be before the board.
Okay.
I just want to know how is this impacting our students, not all students collectively, our students, because and if we're paying for just Buffalo Public School students under this program or all students under this program. I want some clarity with that. That's all. That's
I will have that
for
prepared.
pointing that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hills. Thank you, Ms. Belton-Cotman. Don't sit down yet, Mr. Hills. Under 20, capital projects. A, smart bond card, access intrusion and intercom system. In capital letters, change order number 1. Ms. Belton-Cotman.
So one of the concerns that I'm hearing is that the card system is not working, or we're working it. We need a complete understanding of what safety and security looks like with this system here. And we don't have to do it tonight, but this is something that definitely should be at a committee meeting. If we have, there's 11, has the need been met or not? Not yet. Okay, and so I want to know what this looks like. This change order number 1, I want to know what happened before the change order, that we got to change order number 1. And I just want an idea of what's going on and what the timelines are in order to make sure that our schools are safe and secure, particularly since we are 2 years out of the IT breach. And so to continue to use that as an excuse is not just getting it for me. Okay, so I need to know what's going on with this system. And the other thing that I'm hearing, Madam Superintendent, is that there are not enough walkie-talkies. They don't feel that there are enough walkie-talkies and that there are enough paddles to wand the students. So I'm hearing that. But this particular item right here, I have, as a board member, been denied access into my schools. I don't know if it was because the contract wasn't settled with the engineers or if it was settled or whatever, but I don't think any board members really have current access cards to get into the school or the city hall at this point, other than Lou probably does. He's got clout like that.
No comment, Ms. Cotman?
Thank you.
Just a quick question. Ms. Scottman, you're not suggesting that we don't move forward on this? I mean, because for the 11 schools, this is a critical issue. Oh, okay, good.
I'm real clear when I say don't move forward.
Okay,
You know
okay,
that.
good. You want more
I asked
information.
for more information. That's what I want, to make sure that we're moving forward and that we're gonna reach our goal, because it's year 2.
Okay, thank you.
And I think it would benefit the board to know that we do have 12 schools that currently do not have functioning swipe pads. The biggest issue is that Johnson Controls put that system in, and they've abandoned the product, and they put it in their proprietary parts. So we are refitting the district-wide system with off-the-shelf parts so that we can always get replacements. And part of the reason for the change order is we've had new schools go offline, and we have realized there's such a long supply chain for some of these parts that we want to have them on stock. So when a system does fail, we can fix it. But we are scheduled now, if all the parts come in after this is approved, to have those 12 schools up and running with the swipe pads working by the end of January. It will start in November, but it's an installation process.
Okay.
So.
Thank you for the update, Mr. Hills.
Thank you.
And point of clarity, Ms. Cotman, under 19P, we are voting tonight to purchase two-way radios and repeater services. So those are walkie-talkies on that.
I think it was 650 and
Correct.
You know, I just feel that some of these things could be bought in smaller amounts and that we can get them to our staff in a faster way. Okay, and I just feel that that's what we're missing. We're missing the urgency, and it's important that these people have these devices in order to make sure it's safe in our buildings. And that's my concern. So we could go out today and buy 100 of them and still be under 20,000.
Yes.
Not sit here just, buying this large order that's gonna take till January to get in here. That's what my concern is, safety first.
Thank you, Ms. Cotman. Are there any other questions before we cast a vote on the consent agenda? Not hearing anything, I will ask Mr. Kuzma to conduct a roll call vote.
How do you vote on the consent agenda, Ms. Belton-Common?
No exception.
Dr. Evans-Brown?
No exception.
Mr. Hurd?
No exception.
Ms. J is absent. Ms. McCosey? Dr. Rivera is absent. Mr. Scott?
Exception 11D.
Ms. Woods?
No exceptions.
And President Petrucci?
No exceptions, but with some reservations about 11D.
Consent agenda passes.
From which one, Terrence, do you remember? Okay.
On 19N and 19O, affiliation.
Okay, consent agenda still passes with that recusal. So consent agenda passes.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, we still have a few items. I will try my best, Jen. Under unfinished business, may I have a motion authorizing the district to prefer Section 75 disciplinary charges against employee TB? Motion by Sharon, second by Jen McCosey. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? The motion passes. Next motion. May I have a motion authorizing the district to prefer Section 75 disciplinary charges against employee KLL? Could I have a motion? So moved by Terrence Hurd, second by Kathy Evans-Brown. All those in favor, raise your hand. Mr. Scott, are you in favor? Or? Thank you very much. And I'm raising my hand as well. It was unanimous for all those that were present. And last, or I shouldn't say last, second to last, may I have a motion authorizing the district's general counsel to take appropriate legal action with the state Supreme Court and Public Employee Relations Board to prevent illegal strike activity by the Buffalo Teachers Federation to the extent necessary. Do I have a motion? So moved by Larry Scott. Do I hear a second? Kathy Evans-Brown. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Okay. The motion passes unanimously by those present. Our last motion for this evening, may I have a motion authorizing the district to fully settle litigation in federal court with case number 18 CV 00957 in the amount not to exceed $2,500,000, subject to the settlement being approved by the court. I need a motion. Moved by Jen McCosey, second by Terrence Hurd. Any discussion on the motion? Heard a couple groans. That generally means a discussion, but yes, thank you very much. So not hearing any desire for discussion at this point, may I have all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Not hearing, the motion passes. Next order of business is our bereavements for this evening.
Can I add one more new business?
Yes, Ms. Gottman.
So, Mr. President, I am concerned about the lack of update that we have had in regards to the charter school independent evaluator for Westminster and Enterprise. We are, I think, we had a timeline, and I think we're outside of the timeline. And I would like to counsel and all parties involved to get the charter schools to sign the agreement and to allow the independent evaluator to be working with someone, to appoint a person, and to get it done ASAP so that they cannot use this against us in the future for being out of compliance with our contract.
Understood, Ms. Belton-Cotman, and as you know, you did appoint the evaluator last board meeting, and we've been working on the contract, and I will follow up on that tomorrow and get the board an email, and then get Dr. Moss into you to start working with you all as well.
Right. If it appears that they're not going to work with her, I think we need to talk about the next step if that's going to delay, because we're about 30 days out of our timeline. So that's what my concern is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Copman. Any other new business?
The only other thing I want to say is that last year this time, there was a incident at this table that went viral behind our parent liaisons, our PELs. And it appears that we're at the same, almost at the same crossroads. So at the next committee for educational support, I would like a complete report on what principals and what schools have provided PELs, what schools have not provided them. And then maybe we can start working and find out how we can get parents engaged in our schools, because we cannot make it happen without them. Thank you. I'm just requesting that that be moved to a committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cotton. We'll make sure it makes it to the appropriate committee. Any other new business? Okay. At this point, I will read the bereavements that have happened since the last meeting. So could I ask my fellow board members to rise? Bereavements for September 21st, 2022. August 16th, John Kennefick, husband of Penny Kennefick, math teacher at Leonardo da Vinci School number 212, brother of Dr. Ann Fitzgerald, retired director of community schools. August 22nd, Juanita Birdsong, retired teacher aide at school number 80, mother of Evelyn Birdsong, teaching assistant at school 61, and grandmother of Erica Birdsong, teacher at school number 27. September 3rd, James Grice, teacher aide at Hutch Tech. September 3rd, Richard Leggio, retired science teacher and husband of the late Maria Soto Leggio, bilingual CSE chair. September 3rd, Brenda Coles, retired teacher, worked at school 53. Deborah Washington, her sister was a principal in our district and still subs as a building administrator. September 6th, Dr. Teresa Harris-Tigg, mother of Ebony Bullock, Chief of Office of Shared Accountability, and Jason Profit, Security Officer. Mother-in-law of Ezeal Bullock III, Athletics Department, Brandy Profit, School Clerk at 195, sister of Gwendolyn Humphrey, retired BPS Administrator, and according to Ebony, related to so many others within our district. May I have a moment of silence, please? Thank you all for showing your respect for those who have passed. So, are there any other items before the board this evening?
I just want to mention one thing. This Saturday, the African American Veteran Monument is being revealed, and they're having a dinner at 6 o'clock for veterans and any supporters. And it's at the Templeton's Landing, and the cost is $250 as a donation to help get it built. My dad will be there, I will be there, and Jesse Clipper Post will be there, and I'm just asking support for the African American Veterans Monument. It's unique.
I supported it with a $250 brick. That's the support. Amen.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to adjourn? There we go. Anyone opposed? Motion